All right, everybody, welcome back to day 3, the final day of our live stream training event. Man, have we had some. My microphone should be on, but I don't think it is. Can you hit that switch? I got it. Boy, that would help. If we had audio, I think we're good to go now. I just want to double check that we are actually using the. Here we go.
Great. Now we're on the right microphones.
There we go.
I didn't take 30 minutes to do it today like I did yesterday. What's up, everybody? Wow, big day. Big day. We've had two other really big days as well. Let's take a minute to recap, and then we're going to start off with my reverse funnel rollout and get this thing cracking. It's Friday, 6 p.m. on the East Coast, noon here in Hawaii, and it's hot today. So let's talk about what we've covered so far. So far, we've covered the basics of messenger marketing. We've covered how to build bots. We've covered some of the basics of Chatmatic. And we also covered, which I think is hugely important, e-commerce and affiliate marketing yesterday and what goes into those two processes and how to generate leads. Now that we all know that is the thing, I think we've got something even better coming today. Look, here's the deal. It's no secret that during these training events, we have been releasing Chatmatic Unlimited licenses. At a price that we've never done before, $4.99 a year. It's an incredible deal. But today is the day where unlimited licenses makes the most sense. First off, the unlimited license membership costs less than a single license would over the course of a year. So right out the gate, it makes sense. However, today's going to make the most sense. And I say that because today you're going to find out that every single person watching this now has enough information to launch what I believe to be genuinely a $3,000 to $20,000 a month business. And I'm going to prove it to every single person today because the opportunity in this is massive. There's tons of businesses that need help with this. I'm going to prove all of that in today's show, training, broadcast, whatever you call it. I think it kind of feels like a show because we are doing this live, but
it's a show.
It's a show. It can be a show. It's a show. But I'm incredibly excited to be able to bring this to all of you guys. Hopefully it's, really resonating and everybody's, getting a lot out of this. So far, the reviews from what we've been hearing is it does seem to love it. That's always great news. And seeing lots of you guys hop on. So welcome as you guys are getting here. It's great to have you. Today, we're going to be talking about running an agency, starting an agency. When you guys, I want you to realize one big thing for today as we go through this. All of you who have been watching this now have at least at this point, 8 more hours of training and information than any other business about why Messenger is such a big deal. Okay. That puts you 8 hours ahead. Now, if any of you started building some bots, started taking some of ours, messing around with them a little bit, now that puts you 10, 12, 15 hours ahead. That is substantially farther ahead than most businesses will get in an entire year. You have leapfrogged where most of these businesses will be. And what's great is it's really easy for us. It's easier to build these than it is to build an entire website. It's easier to build these than it is to build crazy funnels, but yet we can still get leads for businesses in a highly effective manner. Today, you're going to watch over my shoulder as I actually build a campaign from scratch. I'm going to have you guys choose a niche. We're going to build a campaign in that niche. I'm going to show you how those people could become clients of mine. We're going to show you the exact messenger or the exact Word document template that we use to send to clients to make them clients for us. And I'm gonna literally in front of all of you guys build a sequence that I would probably sell for $1,000 to $2,000 a month. I'm gonna build it right in front of you. You're gonna watch me actually turn it into an ad and do everything that you would have to do for a client. And I mean this in all seriousness. It's gonna take me an hour. It would take you about 2 to 3, but that's $1,000 a month for 2 to 3 hours.
It's a good deal.
I think this is a really real thing. I'm excited to be able to bring this and be able to show you guys this stuff. But in order to understand why what I do is so effective, we've got a pretty interesting schedule today. I want to talk to you guys about what we're going to be covering today. First, we've got our reverse funnel rollout. That's what I'm going to be talking about first, which is my technique. It's a technique that I coined. I created this. I'm one of the only people that I know who even talks about this, but it's the way that I can go into anybody's office. It's the way that I can go into anybody's business and instantly get them results. I'm going to show you what that is. We're going to cover that in pretty good depth in about first half an hour of this training. Then we're going to be going over for the next half hour, 10 really cool, interesting, fast ways to get and find clients. I don't even have that written down, but I'm going to show you guys just off the top of my head. We're going to come up with these ideas because there's a lot. Next, we'll be doing a live lead gen campaign build. This is going to be a lot of fun, and this is where I'm actually going to be building a campaign in front of you based on a niche that you guys choose for me. I'm going to be literally Googling things, sharing some really cool tips with you. Then we're going to be discussing proposals and what it's like to work with clients, some things that you should know, some expectations, some thoughts you might want to have going in. Things like that are really important. And then we are going to have a special guest roundtable. We're going to be bringing in 8 people, give or take anywhere between 4 to 8, depending on who answers my messages, people into our roundtable who've had success building messenger campaigns, building bots for other people. So we've got a big day. It's going to take a lot from, I know it's going to take a lot from me to get through this one because this is a big day. Well, actually, I might even have Trent help do half of the 5 ways to get clients because we actually did a podcast on this at one point, but we're going to cover it again. So what I'm going to do now, as I do at the beginning of all of these, is I'm going to play our first slide and we're going to kick it off on the reverse funnel rollout. All right, guys. So in this video, we're going to be covering the reverse funnel rollout. This is a system that I coined. It's an idea that I definitely am, in my opinion, I would say the creator of this idea. I don't know anybody else who's using this, but it's the exact system, technique, and or platform, I don't know how you want to say it, that I use that helps me get results for any client at any given time. Literally, I can walk into any client's office with this reverse funnel rollout and I can get them revenue. I'm sad to say the way that I'm going to be showing you guys this reverse funnel rollout is in a hand-drawn notepad document that I have used for a long period of time, but that I think does a very good job laying this out. I'm just bringing up the actual exact one that I use. But the idea of the reverse funnel rollout is incredibly simple. It's instead of what we all think when we think about ads, when we think about marketing, what most people are looking at, or at least in concept, what most people think about is, okay, I'm gonna be doing an ad. It's gonna be going to cold audiences, and I gotta hope that this resonates with that audience. Let me move my camera so I can speak a little bit more directly. Now, I think there's a flaw in the way that we teach people marketing, especially when it comes to running an agency. I want you guys to flip your hat off today. Flip your thinking cap off today. Think your I already know this off today. And I want you to just like imagine for a second, all right, today I'm thinking like an agency. Do me a huge favor and just type agency if you're okay with that for the day, because you can translate anything I'm about to teach you into your own business, but I'm going to teach it to you as if you wanted to make $5,000 to $10,000 a month running an agency. Whether you choose to do that or not is up to you. I would suggest it because it can be a side hustle. Trent, I think you should vouch for this because we've made, I think at this point between the two of us, since you've been working with me, if we count the invoices that I never sent, we probably have made about between 50 to 100,000 in revenue from clients.
Yeah.
Okay. So would you agree that I have always done this as a side hustle? This is never my primary business, right? Like this is always something that we do that's like super side.
100%. 100%.
So I want you guys to keep that in mind. This isn't just me saying this is a side hustle. This is proof. Trent helps me operate my agency, and we do it in such a part-time manner that we could have 20, 30 clients because we don't have to do a lot. That's what the good thing about automations. So today I want you guys thinking about agency because it might be a great way to add an extra $5,000 to your bottom line. And who couldn't use an extra $5,000 for something that's mostly automated and pretty easy? So I think going back, I think the way that we teach marketing in general is flawed. I think we teach people about big audiences and scaling. That's a topic that everybody wants to talk about. You should scale. Scale is the last segment in your business of growth, not the first. You've got to do a lot of other things before you can scale. Okay. I want to talk to you guys about how it's possible to get results for anyone. And knowing what I'm about to teach you, you can go into any client relationship. You can go into, literally, you can go into any business that you want and actually start getting them results immediately. And at a very, very guaranteed feeling of results. So I'm going to quickly bring it up. I have to bring up I got my notes here. I have to share my screen. Okay, cool. So laying the land for you, scaling, going big audiences, that's the last step. Now that we've put our agency cap on and we're thinking about how can I help other businesses with this new model, let's take into account that most other businesses have things that you don't. They have Facebook fan pages. They have Instagram. They have email lists. They have physical people walking into their store. Can I get a yes if everybody understands it's easier to do all of this stuff if you're doing it with assets, right? Messenger marketing, growing a business would be easier if I had things already in place. If I had a fan page, I could start using Messenger. If I had an email list, I could start using Messenger. If I had people walking into my store, I could integrate Messenger, right? It's easier right out the gate because they have assets that you don't. You're thinking in your mind right now, a lot of you're thinking, I don't have all these things, Travis. And you're right. You don't. Most of you don't have big fan pages. Most of you don't have an email list. Most of you don't have Instagram accounts. But local business, if they're existing right now, they have some of this stuff. What I did is I realized, wait, if I'm working with businesses that already have this stuff, I can utilize that stuff to the advantage of my campaign. I can come in, pick up the low-hanging fruit, make them more money, and I make more money. Okay? So let me show you guys on my screen how I kind of break this down. So this is my little hand-drawn note. It does look like it's showing up decent, so that's good news. Put that right there. So right here, this is a box, right? This is building your box. This is how I usually start. This is how I start building certain campaigns. We can ignore that piece. This is what I want to show you. The reverse funnel rollout is think about a funnel, right? And I don't have the reverse funnel rollout on this particular thing, but I'm going to be describing it to you in a little bit of a different way. Essentially, the reverse funnel rollout looks at a funnel and it reverses it. So if I'm going into work with a client, the first thing I want to know is what assets do you have right now? Most of the time when I'm working with a client, they're advertising on Google, but not on Facebook. So I need to assess what are you doing and what do you have now? If I can do that, then I can actually figure out what's my easiest thing to deliver for somebody. So you start asking questions to the client, or you can do some of this research on your own, which I'll show you guys in a minute. But let's take an example of a base model like chiropractor, somebody who's just doing the bare minimum. They're probably on Groupon. They might be advertising on Google, and they probably have some social media. Granted, they probably also have like a small email list of customers, things of that nature, and we know we can monetize those things and use those later on. But for now, they're getting Google Groupon traffic, they're getting Google traffic, and they're getting social media traffic, and most of that is ending up on their website. I want you guys to do me a huge favor, and I want you to put step 1 if you fully understand that concept. Right now, chiropractors, plumbers, dentists, print-on-demand companies, whatever it is, they're getting traffic from multiple places to their website, okay? Doesn't matter what the industry is, doesn't matter what the business is, lawyers, moving companies. I'm going to show you a bunch of examples today. But these businesses get traffic to their website right now, okay? They're getting some. They might not get as much as they want, but they're getting some, okay? Here's problem number 1 that you're going to find. Most websites suck. That's easy number 1 problem. A website is made to get leads for a company, right? That's the general purpose of a website. Make it easy to get leads. Make it easy for a lead to get information and become a lead. The problem with most websites is they're outdated and they don't do a very good job of getting leads for these clients. So what happens is I do a Google search. I end up on a plastic surgeon's website because I want to get my lips done. And I go to the website, but I'm not quite in the buying mode just yet. And I leave. That plastic surgeon can do nothing about the fact that I just left. But I'm obviously a targeted person. I came to their website through Groupon, through Google, or through social media. I'm the most important, closest to a lead they have, and they have no method of getting me back, most businesses. So what we do is we put a pixel on their website, a Facebook pixel, and that allows us to identify people. We talked about that yesterday. We can actually create audiences of people who visited their website. So I would create audience A, okay? That's an audience of everybody who's been to their website. Let's talk about home builders. Let's talk about, and let me show you an example of a bad example. Share my screen with you guys. Let's pop this out. All right. Let me show you guys what I'm talking about here. So this is the company that built my last house, was out in Tampa. They're a company called New Legacy Homes. They're a good company. They build phenomenal houses. In fact, their reputation helped us sell our house for top dollar because people wanted their homes and they were kind of sold out. So they're in high demand. Let's go to their website. Because when I go to their website, I see that they have a Facebook pixel on their website, which means they can identify everybody who comes to their website can be retargeted on Facebook. So if I come to their website, do me a huge favor. I want everybody right now to type 5. If you agree, I'm clearly interested. If I Googled them, found them, and went to their website, I must be interested, right? That's an easy concept to wrap my head around. Is like, oh yes, clearly you want to work with them because you went out of your way to do that. You know what's really funny is that, if you notice, Trent, that island is my island.
Yeah.
That's
and
really funny.
I just wanted to make a quick note. Travis is able to see if they have a pixel because he has a little Chrome extension called Google Pixel or Facebook Pixel Helper. Facebook Pixel Helper. So if you Google that, it'll be the first thing that pops up. I actually just added mine yesterday.
Add it to Google Chrome. You have to have Google Chrome.
Got to have Google Chrome.
I'm here on their website. I'm looking around, and let's say I go inventory. I want to look at their inventory homes, and I go to this Shorecrest one, which is move-in ready. I'm on this website.
Ooh.
If I don't fill in my name, phone number, email, and comment, and hit submit, they do not have me as a lead. But yet I'm clearly interested in their home. I searched for them. I found them. I went to a specific model. I am, in all respects, I should be the hottest lead they have. They have no method of getting back to me. And I'm going to show you how I know this. Let's go to their Facebook. I go to Facebook, which is their Facebook page. I'm actually I'm an admin on their page because I did do some work with them before. I don't do work with them now, but if I go to page transparency, this page is not currently running ads. Okay, so let me lay the line out for you. Here's why the reverse funnel rollout works so well. Let's say I'm sitting down with this home builder and I say, look, I can help you guys with your marketing, right? Right out the gate, that there's a lot that I could possibly do. I could do cold audience. I could do this, that. I ask them, what are you guys doing right now? Well, we're ranked on Google. We're getting this, blah, blah, blah. I would instantly say, okay, what assets do you have? Okay, cool. You've got a small email list. You get a little bit of traffic on your website. Okay, great. How much are you spending in marketing? $2,000 to $5,000 a month. Okay, how much of that is going towards people who visited your website but did not buy from you or didn't sign up? Well, I don't know. I don't think any of it. Okay, so I can do this. I can create a system that automatically advertises to everybody who visits this particular website, and it will market to them. It will send them into a messenger engagement. That messenger engagement tells them about the home. It gives them more information because they're clearly close. They're the hottest lead you're going to have. They're clearly right there. Let's bring it home. Let's get them to like finalize this decision.
And what was the price of that home? If you scroll down,
I think this house sells for $1.59 million.
$1.59 million.
So again, I'm a hot lead. I was interested. I heard about them. I looked at this house. I'm like, oh, this this looks great. And it does actually look great. The backyard of it. This is actually the flip of my house. This is my exact layout. See, the 3-car garage, entryway, kitchen, breakfast, great room, the wraparound stairs, dining with the office, my little tiny walk-in closet, my wife's massive closet, master bathroom, master bed, lanai.
So they potentially just lost a
$1.59 million sale because they don't have any method to get me to come back. They're not running any ads on Facebook. So I want everybody to do me a huge favor. Put a $sign if you agree. They would be stupid not to hire somebody for $1,000 a month. It's $12,000 a year. If they sell a $1.59 million house, they're going to make money. $12,000 a year to hire me to run one ad to bring this person back into a messenger flow. Now they get a messenger subscriber where otherwise they wouldn't get any. I can ask for their email. I can ask for their phone number. I want to see $signs for everybody who agrees. This could be a business that could go to, like, you could literally be working with every home builder in the nation, right? Every home builder in your country, home builders in other countries. It's a simple process. It's an incredibly simple process. And this is kind of the outline of my reverse funnel rollout. My idea for my reverse funnel rollout was incredibly simple. It is, I don't want to work with clients that have nothing going on. I don't want to work with clients that don't have an email list. I don't want to work with clients that don't have traffic. But there's a lot of people who have all of those things. So what if I work with them and I create a retargeting ad, right? I create a retargeting ad that has some offer or generates leads in some way. I ask for their email. Now I'm creating a dual omni-channel lead, right? Then when I get that email, I send that email to Zapier, and that adds them to their email autoresponder, their ESP, email service provider. And then I can obviously send them through a sequence that offers them, in this case, this little drawing was of a Groupon offer where you offer them like 1, a bundle of 5, or a bundle of 10. So in the messenger sequence, I can show them more about the home. And it would be that simple for me to do. Literally one sequence where I can say, all right, now that you've already shown interest, let's take this relationship to the next level. Now, I want to show you guys something else that should frighten you all when you realize that you didn't know this already. I'm going to show you guys something crazy. And you didn't know this, but neither do these businesses. There are businesses literally leaving money on the table because they don't understand what I'm about to show you guys. How many of you guys, give me a yes if you've ever heard of Groupon?
Yes.
I'm sure you guys have heard of Groupon, right? I want to show you something really phenomenal that's going to make getting clients incredibly simple, but also work very well. Check this out. Lanikai Beach Spa in Honolulu. They're running a Groupon right now. If I click on their ad, I want to scroll down on this page and I want to show you guys something amazing. At the bottom of every Groupon offer, they link over to the client's website. So I'm a potential client. I want to get more information. I don't buy this Groupon. I go to their website instead, which they actually linked over to their Facebook. Now, we know, thanks to yesterday's Facebook ads training, that we can make an audience of anybody who's engaged with my fan page, which means as of right now, I would be considered in this audience. I've watched their little video. I'm getting more information about them. I could be targeted as somebody who's engaged with this fan page. Okay. Now, they're not running any ads. They've only got 50 likes. My guess is they're not running any ads. But they are willing to give Groupon half, because that's what they pay. In order to have a campaign with Groupon, you give them half of whatever money they generate. They're willing to give Groupon half of that $55 and half of that $79. I want you to think about this for a second. Somebody finds this company on Groupon, clicks on visit the website, goes to the website, but still doesn't buy. 2 days later, they get an ad. Hey, make sure you come back in and grab this deal. $79 for a 90-minute Swedish massage. You don't want to miss it. But I'm also generating leads for them. I'm getting them messenger subscribers and email subscribers. So even if those people don't buy, they're getting leads for later. Now we can use sponsored messages next month and offer them another deal. Sponsored messages next month, offer them another deal. Okay? They're going to make more money. And I don't have to think, oh, who's going to be interested in a massage? That's the number one problem with Facebook ads is targeting. Making the ad is simple. Who to target is complicated. Not when you already have the audiences being built for you by these external devices. Give me an OMG if you guys are literally, your mind is expanding and about to explode because you're thinking the possibilities are incredible. You mean almost everybody on Groupon is a potential client for me? Yes. You mean I don't even have to think about the targeting aspects? All I got to do is make one sequence and I can offer it to every single massage parlor across the board because they're all making the same mistake by donating 50% of every $55 to Groupon or 50% of every $79 to Groupon. You know what you do? You go to them and you say, here's the deal. I'm going to help you make more money off of your Groupon. I'm not going to take 50%. I'm going to take 20%. They'd be crazy not to do it. Or you say, you know what? Here's the deal. I'll take 20% or don't give me any percentage. Instead, what I want is $500 a month. And I guarantee I'm going to get you over $1,000 a month because think about it. We're not starting cold. We know these people already know this deal exists. All we've got to do is make a bot that brings them back in. And now we're circumventing Groupon, but we're taking advantage of Groupon, right? So all these brands that are marketing with Groupon, all of these brands. Now, you can't work with Sam's Club, but you might be able to work with Moku Hawaii Surf Rentals and Board, right? That's probably a big brand. They've got up to $189 for a lesson. Let's go to the bottom. Visit the website. Uh-oh. Now we're doing some client research. And guess what? No Facebook, Pixel, and probably the ugliest website I've ever seen.
Yeah, that's really bad.
That's literally hideous. So I come in and I say, oh, you know what? I've also got Groove, so I can make a website for you in about 2 hours. Look, let me do this. Let me prove my worth to you. Let me make the website, and only if you love it, pay me $1,000. And by the way, after I've made the website, I also want to help you generate leads. I see that you're on Groupon, but I know right now there's a couple things you're not doing that you're missing out on money for. Let me prove this to you again. Give me a month to generate you leads. I'm going to tell you how many sales you're making at the end of the month. Just make a bot. And you say, here's the deal. I made you $800 in sales. My fee is only $250. And now all you have to do is let that ad continue to run. You don't even have to touch it. Trent, how often do I touch campaigns for clients?
Rarely.
Literally, we had a client that we've been running for recently who was getting leads at 78 cents. I set the ad up 2.5 months ago, never invoiced them, so I lost $3,000. But I literally never touched it. And he emailed me like 6 times, hey, can you give me a screenshot of what's going on in the account? And I was so absent on this client that it took me like a week to get him the results back. Because you don't have to do anything once you've got it set up. I want you guys to really think about this. Nothing in the world is easier than what I'm showing you guys right now with this reverse funnel rollout. The concept is going to change the way that you do everything. And I want to show you guys another example of this, and then we're going to close this up and talk about something else. But I want you to see this. Watch this. Helicopter rental Kauai. Okay, helicopter rentals aren't cheap. Air Charter Service USA is advertising. BlueHawaiian.com is ranked high, so they're paying money for SEO, right? But let's not even do helicopter rental. Let's do surfboard rental Kauai. Now, Kauai is a small island, so it's going to be worth more in Hawaii or in Honolulu, the big island, all this. Honolulu surfboard rentals. I don't see anybody advertising here, so let's just do Hawaii. Somebody's going to be advertising. Helicopter rental. Hear me?
Is it a rental or is it like a
yeah, what's helicopter
because
tour?
it was I Fly
helicopter
tour. Yeah.
Tour. Let's try that. Some of these are a lot of these are closed, but I want to find one that's specifically. I want to find one that is running ads. So Paradise Copters Hawaii. They charge $796 an aircraft to get a helicopter tour. So step one, if somebody Google searches helicopter tours near me, everybody do me a favor and just put a 2 if you agree. They're probably interested in taking a helicopter tour. That's simple. We can all agree that's the case. Now, on here, you can see they can actually book expeditions worth $3,700, $1,700, $1,400. Waimea actually is over by me. Trent, this one.
Wow.
Pretty cool.
Yeah, it looks sweet.
Now, this is worth, let's just call it on average $2,000. I'm seeing a lot of 4s, some 2s, some 4s. Let's call it $2,000. Every client is worth $2,000, right? So I look at the Facebook pixel. They've got a pixel. Great news, right? Let's go to their Facebook page. Usually at the bottom, yep, they've got a link to their Facebook. Let's go to Facebook. And we're going to look and see in the page transparency, are they running ads? This page is not currently running ads. So you mean to tell me that your average client's worth $2,000? You're advertising on Google to get people to your website, but if I don't book or call you immediately, you have no way of getting me back. You are not actively going after me so that the next time I go, watch this. This is exactly what happens. This company, Paradise Copters, right? Watch what happens when I change my search term. Hawaii helicopter tours. I change my search term. They're still up, but now Viator, whoever that is, now comes up. What if I change my search term again to helicopter tours Hawaii? You got to spell it right. Now Viator comes up first and they're second. So what if now they blew their chance? Because now I searched something a little bit different, but these guys come up now. So now I'm going to go to their website. Now what happens? They lose a $2,000 client because they don't have their marketing game on point. And all we would have to do is make a super simple bot that walks them through some of the pictures, some of the excursions you can take, and says, speak to somebody right now, and put a click to call button inside of a messenger campaign. We get them a messenger subscriber, email subscriber, and we're driving calls into their call center to be able to close clients. Hey man, all I need is $1,000 a month. I can help you dominate Viator because you're going to make more money. You're going to get more excursions now. And when you get more excursions, you can pay me more to do more marketing for you, which means that they're never going to come up first. You are. And now you win. In a competitive market, not doing this is ridiculous. Now, that's it for our reverse funnel rollout for today. I want you guys to do me a huge favor and just say yes if I have completely flipped the way that you think about marketing for other businesses. It should not be, where can we start from scratch? It should be, what assets do you already have? And can I help you get that low-hanging fruit? If you think that way, your business can drastically change, because I can show you unlimited amounts of businesses that this is an issue for.
And yeah, I mean, it's similar to yesterday when we were talking about e-commerce and running buyer thank you ads and then doing a contest. You're going after the audiences that they've already built up, the buyers.
And people always wonder, like, Travis, how'd you come up with these campaigns? It's because of that theory. My theory is always the same. Who's the lowest hanging fruit? Now, here's one really great reason that Messenger also does some amazing things. When you build a messenger list, your messenger list is now your lowest hanging fruit. So when I do a sponsored message, I have direct access to every single previously potential lead. So let's imagine I'm running leads for that home developer for 6 months. He's got 1,000 messenger subscribers. I do a sponsored message announcing the next home. Somebody's going to be like, well, I wasn't ready then, but I'm ready now. I love this home. And maybe he gets a sale. Think about how crazy that is. If you could do a sponsored message and sell a $1.7 million home.
I know. I was just thinking, like, what's the ROI on that? Like,
because 1,000 messages, it would cost you $20. I don't know. I mean, the full campaign, obviously they're paying for somebody to manage it, but I want everybody to do me a huge favor right now. I want you to put WTF if you are literally blown away at how much potential there is in this, especially because how easy it is to set all this up for any brand. And here's what I also love. Working as an agency, you can choose the niche that you work with. Hey, Travis, I really love working with wedding venues. I have a background in interior design. So go with wedding venues or interior design. Travis, I love local business. So help local businesses do this. Travis, I used to be a real estate agent. So go help real estate agents. They're all making the same mistake. And the problem before, the reason this wasn't so easy to do before is because you'd have to build them a full website. And even that's kind of complicated. Even if you're using simple platforms, it's still hard to get that motivation. Messenger takes all that away because there's no background images and, lead capture forms and all this. It's mostly pre-populated and it's just stuff that you put in. And again, this is why what we're doing here on our unlimited membership is so special. Because if you get 5 clients, let's say, and they all get 250 subscribers, Chatmatic gets $97 a month. So that's 97 times 5. So it's basically $490 something a month. If you get unlimited licenses and unlimited subscribers, the unlimited package listed below, it's $499 a year for however many clients you want. That's why this offer, when these videos are gone, that's why this offer is going to be gone from us. It's going to be gone from the public eye. If you know where to look and you're really, slick and you're on a bunch of calls and stuff, you might be able to find it. But we're not going to make this public forever because I want you guys running, strong agencies. And I'm going to put the question to you guys here and you'll see where my motivation is. If I charged you $1,000 a month, but you had a business that used my software as a backbone that made $5,000 a month, give me a yes if you would take that all day long. I know I would, and I've done it, and I've paid businesses even more than that per month. So I want you guys to think, and I know this is a little delay, but we'll see some yeses coming in here soon. I want you guys to think about what I just said. Everybody here knows I would pay $1,000 a month for a $5,000 a month business, one that gives me freedom of time, freedom of choice, freedom of being able to do what I want from my laptop and take days off and call my own shots and all this, right? We would all take that. Our unlimited membership gives you that same business for $499 a year.
It's insane.
And when you upgrade, you get Agency Accelerator, which is all of our training modules that go in depth on how to actually build all of this. It goes in depth on how to actually get results for clients. And we've helped 500 people develop $10,000 businesses. So somebody had asked before, Travis, what's the value difference between $97 a month and this upgraded package? Well, $97 a month is $1,164 a year for one page. Or during these trainings, you can do $499 a year for unlimited pages and subscribers. So if you're on the fence, that's where the big value is. What I want to do is I now want to talk to you guys about 10 interesting ways that you can find clients. So let's go ahead and throw this up. We're going to switch gears here. We're going to talk about 10 ways to find clients. Now, I don't have this module is not one where I wrote down a bunch of conceived ideas, because I want you guys to understand you're going to be doing it just like I am, which is riffing off the top of your head. And I like to riff in a notebook. Speaking of notebook, I've got something really cool I want to share with you guys. And that is, this is actually some of you guys here have one of these. I don't know if I can show you guys. This is actually a Chatmatic Pro Academy notebook. This is from our most advanced and top level kind of one-on-one group coaching program. We send one of these to everybody. But we also have Moleskine notebooks. We're going to be giving those away as we go through all of this stuff. And if you want any of this, make sure you let us know afterwards. We can always send stuff to you. But I like notebooks like this. My favorite, in all honesty, is this. And I'll tell you a little story about why it's my favorite before we hop in. My favorite is this notebook. It is a Chatmatic Moleskine notebook. And you can see there at the bottom. I like this because growing up, I watched a lot of Indiana Jones. It was like my favorite movie. And he had a book like this. Like this, where he wrote all of his secret ideas in it. And it's like, it's kind of small, but this is like my idea notebook, and you can close it and you can throw this little rubber band around it. And it feels like you're like Indiana Jones. So I think that's kind of cool. I think people, when they see that, they're like, what's in that? Don't you kind of feel like when I see somebody with a notebook like this, I'm like, I wonder what's in it. Shantae, correct. And you would get unlimited pages and subscribers, not just unlimited subscribers. So this is a wild deal. So I'm going to write down some ideas. Trent, do you have a pen?
I got one.
All right. You do have a pen. All right, cool. So we're going to talk about these ideas. We're going to talk about the 10 ways to actually get clients. And what I'm going to do is, during this module, I'm going to give one of these away. We're going to send one of you guys one of these awesome Moleskine notebooks. So let's talk about some of my favorite ways to get clients in just about any niche. Now, this is going to change based on what niche you're in, but I do believe that you're going to be able to get clients these methods. The first method that I want to talk to you guys about is maybe not the one that most of you guys are going to use, but podcasts. Okay? Podcasts. I talked about this earlier on my Travis class, but I want to bring it up here. On Thursday, we had a training here. I was also invited by a friend of mine to go speak at his high-level mastermind, virtually, of course. It was a Zoom call. And on this call, he asked me, Travis, can you share your e-commerce methods with our users? And I said, sure, no problem. He said, but you can't pitch anything. So I want you to think about the lay of the land. I am about to get on a call with about 9 people, but I can't sell my services or my business, right? My software. Travis, why would you do that? That's stupid. Why would you go on a free call? I go on the call and I literally show them exactly what to do. And I want you guys to remember this. Information is free. I could actually, no joke, I could talk for hours on the concept of the fact that information is wildly becoming free and rapidly becoming free. There's too many information sources that are free. So everything that you think you know that's special, it's free. Stop trying to charge people for it. I am giving out 3-4 hour days of training. So information is free. I recognize that. Okay. So if information is free, don't be afraid to get on a podcast and be the one giving it away for free. Give away your best stuff, because people don't pay for information as much anymore. They pay for access. I want you to think about what happened. I go on this call with this group, 9 other people who are all marketers, digital marketers in the e-commerce space. I went on and showed them my exact slides for the campaigns that I run in the e-commerce space. At the end, one guy said, "Hey, if we want to work with you, how can we do that?" And I said, email Trent@chatmatic.com. Trent, as of now, how many emails? This happened yesterday. How many emails have you gotten now?
I believe 2.
2 emails.
And this was a call of how many people?
9.
Yeah. So
I said on this call, I said, we don't work with brands that do less than $20,000 a month. So don't even bother messaging us if you don't make more than 20 grand a month. It didn't stop these people from messaging us. It literally didn't change anything. They still messaged us. And these clients are probably going to end up being clients that we can work with and help them get results. And what am I going to do? I'm going to go in and do a buyer thank you ad for their buyers. I literally showed them, here's a buyer thank you ad. Here's how we run contests. Here's how we do sponsored messages. That's basically all we do. And they said, I don't want to do this on my own. I want you to do it for me. Can I hire you to do it for me? I'm going to message them back and say, yes, you know what? Because I'm an expert, I'm going to charge you $2,000 to set it up plus 10% of everything you make off of my ads. That's going to make me $2,000 to $5,000 a month per client. There's 2 clients. It's probably about $10,000 a month right there. Trent, tell me I'm not crazy.
You're not crazy. And I think most people are probably thinking to themselves, well, I'm not you, Travis. I can't just hop on a podcast, but you can.
Here's why I think that's a huge fallacy. Trent, if you know enough about Messenger where you could start posting on your Facebook page, it kind of happened anyways. You were talking to Messenger to one of your friends, and he just so happened to run an e-commerce store, and we ended up having a call with him. If I wanted him as a client, I think we could have had him, because he wasn't qualified to work with us at that time. But
yeah, he was in a tough spot. But
I think all of you guys don't realize, because information is becoming wildly free and available, there's a huge need for people who are willing to talk about what I'm talking about. All you've got to do is go in to these people who already have podcasts, who already have YouTube channels, which I'm going to use that as a number 2 way of getting clients is YouTube. And we'll talk about that in a second. But podcasts, amazing way to get clients. Just email every single podcast and be like, I want to talk to you about how we're using Messenger to help businesses capture low-hanging fruit. Can I get a yes for everybody who understands? That's all you'd have to do. I'm gonna just talk about a general concept of how big companies are using Messenger and how you can use it in your business, regardless of the size of your company, to help you pick up low-hanging fruit, generate more leads and more sales. You don't even have to show them a campaign. I didn't share my screen for a second. I don't think. Maybe I did at the end of that broadcast that I did on Zoom the other day. All you've got to do is talk to them about these concepts. Somebody's going to hear you on a podcast and go, oh man, I got to email Marisha. I got to email Crystal. I got to email Steve. I got to email Byron. They were on it. They knew what they were talking about. This seems like a great thing. So podcasts, great way to get clients. Just find a podcast that talks to your ideal audience. If you are in the lawyer space, you want to help lawyers get more leads, search Lawyer Podcast. The number 1 podcast is called Lawyerist. It's Lawyer, I-S-T, Lawyerist. You can, for $600, you can be a guest on their podcast. Stop making excuses. Literally get on their podcast and be like, I see a lot of people advertising on Google. You could almost take my post from today, my message from earlier, my reverse funnel rollout, and go do that on a podcast. Just give me credit. Just be like, yeah, I learned this from a guy named Travis Stevenson over at Chatmatic. You could go do that on other people's podcasts and you'll get clients. So that's the first time I'm going to say right now, you're welcome. I've got 10 minutes to go over 9 more ways to get clients. So next method, YouTube, both making videos and finding videos in your niche that talk about what you're talking about. If you're representing lawyers, go on YouTube and search marketing for lawyers. See what videos come up, reach out to those video creators and say, hey, I also help, lawyers get leads. I'd love to talk about working a deal with you. See if you can get them to place your link to your messenger bot in their description or wherever it might be. Another way to get clients, Groupon. And thankfully, I don't have to talk too much about this because we covered it in the last session. Groupon is a great way to get clients because there's a lot of people on there that don't realize they're getting traffic to their website, but they're not retargeting. So that's a perfect client. Notice I'm leveraging what I'm going to do for the client to decide how I'm going to get the client. Does that make sense? Like I know I can help people from Groupon. So I know Groupon is where I'm going to get clients. I know that I can help people from Google. So I'm going to go to Google and those are potential clients for me. Okay. So Groupon, Google is another one. If you research, right? So you say like, helicopter tours, Hawaii, this is you doing research. You find out they're not running ads. You find out they have a pixel, but they're not running ads and they're spending money on Google ads. That's how you're finding the client. Now you just got to reach out to them. Next is, I'm going to say Messenger. I love the Messenger outreach. Hey, I was just doing a little bit of research and I found that blah, 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 blah. Right?
I did that with a golf coach and
yep.
I never followed up. That was right before Ireland.
Right.
I got to follow up with that guy.
But again, reach out in Messenger. Hey, I saw that you were doing this, but not doing this. I help businesses with this. Here's what I think I can do for you. Please reach out if you're interested. But Travis, what if they don't respond? Who cares?
I'll throw in a quick one if that's cool.
Do it.
Go into the places that you're already a customer of, that you're a regular. This has worked good with me. And sometimes that conversation can be a little bit awkward, but not if you approach it the right way. Like, hey, check this out. Or while you're there, build something for them. It's like, yo, I saw you guys were doing this. Check out what I made for you. We can collect phone numbers, emails, but we also have them in Messenger. And now, once a month, you guys are doing this special 2-hour deal.
100%.
That was like a tea shop that I did it with. So I think
let's
being
also
a customer
play
first.
The concept that he's talking about is amazing. I think I call this method customer first method. Go be a customer first. You'll eventually engage with the people who own the company. You'll eventually engage with the people who work there at a high level. That will give you the first steps.
It doesn't feel salesy, right? I know there's a
right,
lot of times
because you've already donated to them. There's that we call this social currency. When you've given to a brand a bunch, eventually they're going to be like, what do you do? Guys, I cannot tell you how often I get from people who are working in my house, people who are working in my condo, people who meet me doing something. Whenever I'm talking about my business and then they come in or they see, oh, hey, this guy just paid me for this. Half of the time I get, hey, what do you do for a living? Right? And I'm telling you, it just flat out works.
It does.
And
100%.
You reached out to the tea company. I wanted to mention this because you were at the tea place. Number one, step number one, go to the place. But two, because you overheard him having a conversation about marketing and you knew that this is my in.
Yeah, he was setting up some SMS kind of loyalty program. And I whipped up, actually had to build a fan page. I didn't even have like a demo fan page. So I made a fan page, made an m.me link, and I think I made like a QR code with it. And I was like, hey, I know you guys are doing this. This could feed right into it. It's not a replacement. You're not replacing anything. You're creating that omni-channel approach that we've mentioned for the past.
This is in addition to what you're doing, not replacing. I'm not saying what you're doing is wrong. I just want to be able to do this. And when you're first starting your agency, do this for free for them.
Yeah.
Get the experience so that the next time you can be like, oh, well, now I have a case study. So I do like customer first. I also like, I'm going to say, how would I put this? What would, I guess networking maybe, but put yourself in a position where you can meet people who might be your customers. One of my very first clients was a girl that I met at the gym. I was like, oh, that thing you're wearing is really cool. It was a sports bra that went up to the neck. She was at my gym working out, and she's like, oh, yeah, it's mine. I'm the owner. I'm like, oh, cool. Do you sell online? Yeah, that was Chesty. And I'm like, you sell online? That's really cool. I own a business that helps people sell online. If you ever need any help, let me know. It wasn't salesy. It was just I put myself in the environment to be around other people who had entrepreneurial spirit. So, networking is a phenomenal way. And I think that's a perfect way to start getting clients. Go join your local whatever bridge club. Go join if you're in a chess club, and go join a gym. Go figure out where are other people, because these other people that you're around, some of them own businesses. Some of you have friends that are dentists that aren't doing this marketing stuff. Would be a great trial client, and then dentist will pay $2,000 to $5,000 a month for this. Okay. So networking is a great one. I also almost want to make it separate, but another story of how we got a client one time. This was before you, Trent, right before you. There was a guy who worked for me named Drew, and Drew was working for me, and he did like you, and he wanted to go to coffee shops a lot. And so he went to a Starbucks, and he's sitting there, and this girl got up at the table in front of him, but her laptop was facing him. And she stood up and went to the bathroom, and he saw a Shopify dashboard. So he's like, oh, she runs a Shopify store. And he's like, she was also like really attractive. And it's just like, I didn't know how to approach her because of that. She was like this like Latin girl wearing these like a skin tight workout suit. So it turns out she runs an online store selling these skin tight Latin girl workout suits. And so he was like, hey, I couldn't help but notice when you got up, I saw that you have a Shopify store. We help businesses in your niche. I'd love to talk and get you on a call with our CEO, to see if there's a connection. We got all the way to starting working with them, but they just didn't have the budget that I wanted to work with. I need to have at least 1,000 to 2,000 coming in for me to be interested in working with a client. They were only willing to pay 500. So I was like, nah, I'm good. But I almost want to list that as its own thing, like not networking, but like proximity, like get out into the world, into places. I'm just going to say personal placement.
I mean, the worst thing somebody can say is no, but like, they're not going to scold you. You're helping them. Like this can help that business. It can help the business. So you'd be doing a disservice not to at least mention it to them.
And somebody just said, you guys haven't once mentioned the impact of COVID on businesses these days. And you're right. We haven't even gotten to the point where we can mention that, but Messenger only helps businesses. It automates things that used to have to happen in person. So it only helps. Messenger can also be triggered via QR code. Every business is now moving into QR codes. So it's a great one there. But we're at 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 different types of ways to get clients. 9, Facebook ads, and 10, groups. And I'll talk about these. I'm going to put social. So ads, super easy. Make a Messenger engagement that says, hey, here's what we do for businesses. If you're not doing this, you're leaving money on the table. Click here to get a free consultation. They click, they go in. This has worked for tons of our clients in the past. They've used our client getter campaigns to get clients. It definitely works. We did it and got like 5 phone calls from home developers the one time we did that when we were testing a home developer bot.
Oh, yeah.
And we got home developers. Remember, you had to have a phone call with a guy who sells, he sells the little trailer homes.
Oh, yeah, like the done for you.
Yeah, little trailer homes. They would sell homes for like $50,000. It wasn't enough.
That was a while ago.
Yeah, that was like 2 years ago. So ads, a phenomenal way to get clients. And then groups. Guys, I think almost every single one of you is now sleeping on the idea that lawyers are in groups on LinkedIn and or in Facebook. Plastic surgeons are in groups. Local business owners are in groups. Go into those groups, engage with local people, and just say, hey, I saw that you owned a local business. I was wondering, what do you do? I'd love to support. Oh, I run the local laundromat. Oh, that's awesome. Do you guys do anything in the marketing arena yet, like to promote your business? Or are you guys just kind of, figuring it out? Because obviously COVID has really shut things down. Oh, we're just figuring it out. Oh, okay, cool. I don't want to push you or anything, but I'd love to help. If you want to give me 15 to 30 days. Let me see if I can help you by doing some messenger campaigns. I think there's some low-hanging fruit that we can help you pick up and get you some more clients. And obviously the lifetime value of those clients is going to be pretty high because you're a laundromat. So once you get a client, they probably keep coming back for a long time, right? Yeah. So I think we can help you. Give us a month. Let me try it out.
Easy.
Like super easy. It's crazy.
I feel like this is like one of those things that complicates people the most is like, well, how do I get clients? Like, where do I go? What do I say? It's like, you just got to put yourself out there a little bit.
Well, yeah. What to say can be,
which we'll talk about,
sometimes overwhelming, but we'll talk about that also in the proposals section and all that.
Yep.
What I want to do right now is we're going to be transitioning into a live lead gen campaign build. We're going to go over my shoulder and actually build a campaign for a business right here in front of your guys' face. And I will probably be taking this all the way, if I can, into the ad creation process, showing you guys how you would actually make this an ad, how you would create the audience that we need, how we would then run ads to those people, and how it all works. So do me a huge favor and just say, absolutely, if you guys are pumped to get into a live campaign build, we've got 1 hour to build a live campaign. I'm super excited. And I'm actually going to have you guys choose the niche that we go in. I'm going to be basing this off of comments that come in. So make sure that you guys are active and lively to make sure that we get as much of that information as possible. So I'm seeing lots of absolutely's. We're going to be back in 10 seconds. All right, guys, here we are. We're ready. Live lead gen campaign build. I want to first preface this by saying there's several ways that you can build this campaign. Again, let's imagine we've got a client. We've reached out to a client. We've said, okay, here's the problem that you have with your marketing. Here's how I think I can help. Okay. The first step of that process is going to be understanding why you reached out to them and what their problem, their first initial problem is, right? So first initial problem might be, oh, you're running ads on Google, but you're not doing this. Oh, you're on Groupon, but you're not doing this. So we're going to kind of play around a little bit. I'm going to let you guys select a niche that we can go in, that I will do some research to find ideal clients live right here. I'm going to find an ideal client, and you guys are going to watch me build the campaign that I would build for them and build a Facebook ad for that. And we're going to do it all within 57 minutes. We got a couple of answers here as to what we should do. Plumber HVAC. I don't work with plumber HVAC. HVAC I could do, but I don't like working with businesses that probably don't have a high customer value. The lower the customer value, the worse it's going to be for us as advertisers. Real estate agent. I don't like working with real estate agents because they're a little too flaky. They don't really understand marketing that well. They can be good clients for the right person. But for me, unless you're working with real estate brokers, I'm not touching agents because they're too flaky. Coaching, not quite in the realm of this. That's more digital business. We're talking about more physical space, but coaching, that can be covered in a different time. We've got roofers, staffing employment agency. Roofers are a great one. Pest control, great one. Actually, pest control. Yeah. I don't think I've ever done a pest control bot. So we're going to do pest control. Everybody do me a huge favor and just put pest control if you guys are cool with us just building a pest control client bot. I've never done it. Have you, Trent?
No, I've never done it.
I don't even hire them because my wife won't let me hire anybody who sprays anything toxic anywhere near our house. So we can't even do pest control. Somebody said, no pest control piece. Well, too bad. I've already chosen. We're going to do pest control. I think, one of the reasons that I actually kind of like it is pest control is, it's one of those niches that probably was somewhat affected with COVID because now people are thinking about a lot of this stuff. I was also thinking we could have done like a sanitization company because they're probably blowing up right now. Like, come let us sanitize your business. Pest control works though, because I think if we can get a campaign that looks like it would make sense here, you guys are going to see exactly what I do has the same ability to roll through any other type of business. So all the other businesses you guys mentioned, they're all viable. I mean, look, I'm going to show you guys my screen here real quick. If you look at the niches that I've represented, this niche right here is a live video creator. This is a CrossFit gym. This is a fitness influencer. This is me, which is like, I don't even know what my niche would be. This is another fitness influencer. This is an e-commerce drop shipping jewelry store. This is a soccer business. This is a nonprofit. This is me again. This is a real estate guy. This is a plastic surgeon. This is a tea company, like a ship to your house tea company. This is an apartment complex. This was an LED light company, and this was a cruise ship. And you can get leads for all of these niches. So let's first talk about, all right, Travis, I got nothing. Like, I'm pretending I'm you guys. Travis, I've never had a client. I don't even know where to start. I want to run a business. I want some clients. What do I do? Well, the first thing you got to do is identify some clients. So my first take on this is going to be pest control near me. Now, there's research tools out there. I don't use them, but you can definitely use some of those, right? So we've got service with Aloha. These are also sponsored messages. These are Terminix. We've got service with Aloha. We've got, they're here too. So they not only do they pay to be first, they also are doing SEO. So that's a pretty big one. So they're definitely paying. We've got Mr. Pest Control, Mr. T's Pest Control. We've got GPS Kauai. Let's start with these three, right? Let's see if they're ideal clients. So I go to their website. This was the first company. This is an ad. Okay, so they ran an ad and they don't have a Facebook pixel. So right there, right is the ideal method for us to find a client. We know they're running ads on Google, but they are not running any retargeting ads. They can't because they don't know who that is. So I'm going to say Google. I'm writing my little notes here. Google to page ad with no pixel. That's a huge problem, man. You're spending money in one of the most competitive niches in the entire market, and you don't even have any way of retargeting to them. So what I would do now, and this is based on what we've talked about in the past, is I would say, okay, let's look at the sections of their website to see what did they try to go with. So this says commercial. This is their commercial information. We don't need that. I don't know why they're leading people. When I type pest control near me, the fact that they send you to their commercial site is probably an error. Right here, we are open for business for COVID-19. Got a pretty cool picture of a cool Hawaiian dude. We're going to do this. We can probably use him in our bot. Mahalo for voting us best in Kauai in 2018. This is how you build your bot. You just get information about this stuff, right? But I want to find out, what do they actually care about? When I go to contact us today, what is this form going to tell us to do? It looks like they've got pictures. Here's their contact us form. First off, ugly contact us form. Ugly. We know they've got, it looks like 172 4.9 star review rating on contactus.com. But what they find important is name, email, phone. I want an estimate for this kind of service. And where are you located? Kauai, Maui, or Big Island? So in order for us to make an ad that makes sense for them, we've got to collect that information. Can I get a yes for everybody who's on the same page with me that if we can collect that information, we're doing at least the bare minimum for them? Because think about it. If I go to their website and this is all I see, what do you want me to do? Do I have to really call you? I don't want to pick up the phone right now. I want you guys to reach out to me. So big problem number one is the contact us form should be first. So they're missing out on leads. They are paying Google to send people to their website, and they have a confusing website process. So they are losing leads. But I need pest control. My house is running rampant with roaches. I need help. But this doesn't seem fast enough for me. So I frustrated. I leave. I go on Facebook and I'm about to ask Facebook, hey, friends, do you know any good pest control companies? And I see an ad for Aloha Pest Solutions. I click and I say, okay. It says, get your free estimate. Click here, right? Or whatever. We know that this is the information they care about. Name, email, phone. I want an estimate for, and I'm located in Kauai. Fair enough. Let's build it. I'm going to build it in this. Let me just double check that I have already paid for text messaging in this plan. I don't think I have. One of my pages, I've already paid for text messaging. I got to find out where that one is. Without text messaging, you can't send text messages. I know I did it in my page, so I'll just have to build it in my page. So I've got text, and I've got $19.98 of text messages left. So let's start this workflow. We're going to start from scratch. We know it's going to be an ad, but that's okay. So now I go to workflow name, and I'm going to name this pest control sequence. Now, I'm going to make my screen bigger. I don't know if my audio is going to fall, so just let me know if you guys can still hear me as I'm talking. But I want to make my screen bigger. So if you guys can still hear me, just give me a yes. We can still hear you even when your screen, your camera isn't on. So now we know that this ad is going to be, it's going to be an ad. From the ad, we go into this bot. Okay, so this is going to be a JSON. So when they click the ad, this message is going to come up. So what I want this message to say is I want it to say, got pests? Put a bug emoji in there. We'll put a couple bug emojis in there. All right, got pests? We want to help. Okay. We specialize in helping people with all pest issues get solutions fast. Get a free quote. Get a free quote and get someone out ASAP. Click free quote info below. Okay, now I'll put a little emoji that points down. Boom. Now I have a quick reply that says free quote info. Okay, so that JSON is gonna appear. This is gonna be in the ad, and now I can do pretty much whatever I want. F name. Let us stop. Let us help you stop. I'm just gonna say, let's do this. F name. No one likes pests, and you don't want to have to deal with them longer than you should. Just answer a few questions for me, and we'll get you squared away as quickly as we can. Now, typing delay, show typing, text. Where are you located? Okay, because that's one of the questions we know they need. I'm located in, and they service Kauai, Maui, Big Island. Okay, so I'm going to put in my bot, Kauai, right? And now I want to save this information so that as this user is going through, I'm going to save this as location, and I'm going to save the value. If I don't type anything in here, so it says save value. If I don't type anything, then it's going to save whatever I typed right here. If I want to, like, let's say I put Kauai, bruh, right? But I only wanted to save Kauai, then I can do it like that. But I don't mind. I'm just going to save it, the information, the way that it comes in. So I'm going to hit save changes, Kauai, Maui, save to field, location. I'll show you how I'm using this. So just remember, it's saving that information to this subscriber. So when Susie comes through and answers her questions, it saves to her. When Kim comes through and answers her questions, it saves to her. So Maui, and then the last one, Big Island. Now, I want this one to go to an existing message. We're going to send everybody to the same message. So we're going to send them to step 3. We're going to save this to location, save. Now you can see it automatically linked to step 3. Okay. Now from here, they've answered the first question. Great. We now know their first name, their last name, and where they're located. So what's the next thing we need to know? I want estimate for termite tenting, ground termite treatment, pest control. So let's go ahead and do this. Watch. You know what's really cool too is I can do like this. 2 seconds. I'm going to hit him with the Shaka. Oh, come on. Where is it? Hold on. Hit him with the Shaka. A little delay. 2 more seconds. See, this just makes it fun now. Like, think about it. It's gonna look like delay, and then one of these. Like, you can't see my hand, but it's gonna look like this. It's gonna give him one of these, and then it's gonna be a little typing delay, as if it's like a real person typing to them, and that's gonna be really important. So now we say, all right. All right. Next. What are you looking? What service are you looking to have us complete? Point down. And now we add those options. Termite venting. Okay. Now we're going to save this as service type. Watch this at the end, guys. This is going to be so cool. We need termite tenting, ground termite treatment, ground termite info, save to field, treat. What did I save that one as? Service type. Yeah, service type. Now, again, I'm going to send all of them to the same message. So I'm going to go ahead and delete that one and just delete it and then drag this one over to it. Now we go here. What was the next option? Is pest control, vault furniture fumigation. Okay, so pest control. Service type, send existing, message 4, save. What was it? Furniture fumigation. Oh, perfect. Save to field, service type, send existing, message 4. So again, I'm going through this because I want you guys to realize this is all it takes, guys. So you're like, oh, what is he doing when he's sending the existing? All I'm doing is telling Chatmatic, send everybody the same message. Then I'm saving their answers to a field so that I can then send this to the client. And watch, I'm going to show you the whole process. Commercial pest control or other. Okay. Now, commercial pest control might, commercial pest info. That might need to go to another message, because another person, because, you know, you think about it, that's probably a really important contract for this pest control company. So we're still going to save it to the field service type, but we are going to send a different message there. So now we're actually splitting the bot, right? Splitting the bot. So we now have dual information, and now I'm going to say other as my last option. Other service, save to field, service type, send existing, message 4. And so now all the options are going to where they need to go, right? So we've got, boom, everybody going into the same thing. Because now, again, all I really want is their information. So the next thing is phone number, email, name. Okay. So we're going to say okay, great. Okay, great. That's a start. Now, quickly, we need some contact info, and we will be able to get the rest sorted and get you full quote and full quote. Now, what I do want to do is go back to this. Oh, of course, I just did that. I didn't save my work, and my mouse is what do you call it? My mouse trackpad or whatever. I swiped my hand and pulled my hand off, and it went back. So it just erased my whole bot because I went back. That's why it's important to save your work. Pest control bot. Let's do it again. We're here to help you get rid of those pests. You know, it's funny. I've done this probably 3, 4, 5 times live making campaigns like this. And this has actually happened to me twice where I erased an entire bot. But there's only 2 options, right? Get super frustrated and be like, I'm done, I'm leaving, or just do it again and make it better. You save by clicking this little button. It's going to save and complete it, but you can come back in and edit it. We're working on an autosave. It's just really, really hard to do that because there's so many things that are being saved. It's not like you edit one thing. It's millions of lines of text and things like that. So we're working on it, but we haven't been able to get it going yet. So it's in there. We want to get rid of those pests. Let's get you a quick quote and instant help. Just click pest control info below. See, it's a little different, but I realized like this isn't really about a quote. It's just a lead gen thing, right? So pest control info. Hit edit next message. Okay, F name. Tell me, where are you coming to us from? Or where are you looking to get service? Right, so Kauai, save to field, location, Maui. And for the sake of time, I'm not adding the emojis back in, right? I'm not doing all the crazy stuff, but I am going to set this up the way that I would if it was like the initial run for a client. I would just add emojis back in. So just realize in your own head, like, okay, yeah, the visual aspect of it might not be perfect, but see, I could add, like, to make it more visual, I could go here, go gift, pest control. This is a little GIF. That's a good one. Where are you looking to get service? Okay, great. Perfect. Here, I will do the little hand shaka. Oh, come on. How is it not one of my frequently used ones? Because it probably just forgot everything I did. No. 2 seconds. Boom. Text. Great. We can absolutely help you. Next. What service are you looking for? Right. Termite tenting. Save to field. Service type. Good. Let's move this over so we can see it. Ground termite info. Type send existing. For sake of all of this, I'm probably not going to add all of them back in, but I don't know. I also don't know all the options, and I don't want to have to go through them all again. So I'm just going to put pest control, save to field, service type, send existing. And just to show you guys the example, I am going to put commercial pest control. Commercial pest info, save to field, service type, send a new message. Because again, I did want to show you guys these are separate. Now, what I was trying to do before is this. I want to put a little delay above this, some text above this, and I want to have this say, just wanted to say really quickly, if you need emergency help, use the button below that says call us now. Now check this out. We know their phone number because it's usually all over their website, but let's go with this phone number, right? Now I want to go back in, watch how cool this is. I can add a button that is a, if you look, call button. I'm going to have it say call us now. And all I've got to do is enter their phone number, save changes. And now if any user clicks on that, it's going to open their phone in their cell phone and call that number right away. And that, I think, is of huge value. And obviously this had Big Island, save to field location. So now we're actually helping them get calls right away. There we go. Next. Okay, so now we've got this service. Okay. Perfect. Look no further. Right? Little typing delay. These just don't have to be that hard. Text. Now we just need your contact info so we can reach out with more information about our services. Can you confirm or type your email address below for me? Okay. Now, we want this to be an email field. So we quick reply, action, email, boom, we've got their email. Okay. Now, this one was the commercial one. We love our commercial clients. The best way to move forward is for us to reach out via phone because we realize that your needs are likely urgent and unique. Please type your phone number below and we'll reach out right now. Now watch how freaking cool what I'm about to show you is, and we couldn't do this in the old version. Add quick reply, phone number. So that's going to prompt them for their phone number. Now, as soon as they respond, I got to send another message, right? So I'm going to say right here, delay. Watch this. Text. Okay. Calling you now. Watch how cool this is. So I'm going to add another step, a delay of 1 minute. I could actually, I think I think I could have it. I want to do it this way. Yeah. Okay. Calling you in 2 minutes. Watch this. Okay. So now I've got 1 minute delay. I'm going to have it send an SMS. Let's say my client's phone number is Trent. What's your phone number?
309.
Yeah. Okay. I think, hold on. 1-309.
238.
Yep.
3423.
I'm going to send Trent a text message. Hey, Trent, just wanted you to know that you got a new lead. Congrats. Here's their information. Okay, watch this. I can populate the person's first name, person's last name. Now we've got their phone number, and we're going to say this. They are ready? I can merge in the answer to any of these questions. So I'm going to say service type, commercial pest control info client. Watch this. They are I want to look for service type. Boom. Oh, come on. I clicked it. They are a blank client. They are blank. So it's going to send him this information, right? So now we've got a text message going to him right away. Perfect, done. I could add another step. I don't have to. At this point, they're done. Okay. Now I'm going to go to this message and finish up what we're doing here with this. Thanks, F name. At this point, we will reach out to you ASAP via email, but email can be a bit unreliable. The best option for the fastest service would be to call us or type your information below to reach us, to have us reach out to you. So now, when the commercial lead comes through, I can text Trent immediately, or whoever my client is, and say, hey, there's a commercial lead. They want you to call them. And so now I'm sending that text message. So in real time, we can notify the business that they have a lead that they need to reach out to. That is astronomical. Think about how cool that is. You can do that all within one platform. Now, in this one, we're going to have a call us now button. Call us now. This is a call button. There's their phone number, so they can actually call them right now. Or we're going to say here, 2 seconds. Just type your number below if you'd like us to reach out. Right? So now we ask the system to ask for their phone number. Okay. And we're going to, it says, I want to see what this actually does, because I have to have a message after this, but let's see if I can actually do this. I'm going to have this send me a text message. I'm going to have it say, Travis, you have a lead. I have it put in their first name, last name, location, and service type. And that's going to be my message. Then I got to send the user a message. Okay, great. You're all set. We'll reach out shortly. Okay, so that's it. We could easily add delays to this. When it comes to basic lead gen, I like getting it out, then adding delays. So like, let's say somebody reaches this step. I could do a delay of, a couple of hours and then add a condition that says, if they clicked this, or this, send this message. If they didn't, do this, right? So we can do that. I don't want to do it initially. I just want to be able to get them leads. So we're going to click save before I ruin it. So now I'm going to go to triggers. I got to make this a JSON, pest control JSON. I want you guys to take something in mind here. Keep this in mind. I screwed up my bot halfway through, and I've done it in 30 minutes. And it's a lead gen bot that would absolutely work. I'm going to have the ad up for it before a full hour is up. Look at this. So now I'm going to grab the JSON, copy to clipboard. I'm going to go to my ads manager, which I got to change my screen so you guys can see everything. Hold on. And boom. Okay. So now I'm in the client's ad account. I'm like, all right, cool. I want to help them get leads. I'm going to go to messages, continue. Watch how crazy this is. I'm going to say pest control demo, right? Ad is set up. Great. I don't have to do anything here. We're going to call our ad set, which is where we decide our audience, warm audience retargeting. Okay. We want them to be click to messenger objective. This would be our client's pest control fan page. $20 a day is fine to start with most of them, right? And now we need an audience. So you've never created an audience before in your life. What you're going to do is you're going to come in here and you're going to click create new custom audience. You're going to click website. right? Now, the website that they were on was servicewithaloha.com. Okay. So we're going to copy this. We go back to our ads manager and it says, so you can see this is their pixel. So in reality, you could absolutely use this audience the way that it's set up by default. All website visitors in the past 30 days. This would be all website visitors past 30 days. Now, what we could also do is we know they are sending people to this website from the ad. So we know they're paying to get people here. So what I can do is this website URL ends with the word commercial. So what I can actually do is go here. I can create an audience of people who visited specific web pages in the last 30 days. The website contains commercial. And I will say Google ad retargeting audience. Okay, everybody do me a huge favor. Do me a huge favor. I want you to say yes 100 if you understand what I'm showing you here as far as we're going to be collecting data from the customer's website. Obviously, we don't have the customer's information now, but this is in theory. And this is going to be creating a in real-time audience of everybody who visits their page that they're paying for ads to get. And we're going to be running an ad to those people. Everybody here understands that. If this was any more simple, I'd have to have my 4-year-old daughter do it. It's ridiculously easy. I mean, Trent, you've set this stuff up before. You've started making some ads before. Ads themselves, you know, they're easy. This particular thing that we're doing, you got to balance me out a little bit here, because I feel like if everybody's not doing this to make $5,000 a month, they don't need money. They don't want that extra money. Am I right in saying this is 100% a doable thing for everybody within a 3-hour time frame?
Oh, absolutely. Absolutely. That first time may take you
But if you buy the template,
yeah,
if it's going to take you 4 hours to build the template and you're like, well, my time is worth $20 an hour. So that would normally, I'm basically paying myself $100 or $80, or the template's available for $50. I'll just buy the template and save all those 4 hours. You can do it either way.
Absolutely.
But now I would have this audience. I'm not going to create it. I'm just going to pretend that I selected it. We're going to select a different one. So now I've got that audience. Now it's going to go to everybody who visits their website from that specific page. I want all of this to remain the same. Now, you might select for your client, like, okay, I only want people who are coming to us from Hawaii, right? So you could search and use that as your location, and it'll only bring them up, because somebody maybe hit the website from California. They don't want those people. I would tell my client, look, man, in the beginning, let's just target everybody. But in this case, Hawaii. 18 to 65, all genders. Absolutely. This is why it's so easy, guys. Again, I cannot stress this enough. The reverse funnel rollout. That's why this works so well. We don't have to do any of the complicated madness. Finding the audiences, layering audiences, doing this, finding out that, doing this budgeting. It's like, no, everything's already set up. The audience already exists. Now we go to new ad. Now it's going to run from this page because that's the fan page from our client. We're going to go to add media. We're going to add an image. They used to have stock images. They don't anymore, which is really strange. But that's okay, because we can actually download stock images. If I go to Unsplash, so you guys aren't seeing this, but I want to download a free image. And I'm going to look up pest control on Unsplash. And I've got a couple of images. So I want an ad image that really resonates when they see it on their newsfeed. I want them to have a sort of, I don't know, visceral standout reaction. And people don't like bugs. This much is true. So this image that I'm going to use, that I'm downloading right now, I'm going to go ahead and upload it in 3 seconds. All right. Somebody said, is this a lead generation or conversion Facebook ad? It's neither. You should have paid attention to the very first button that I clicked. The very first button that I clicked, this is a messenger objective ad. Make sure you guys pay attention. I talked about this yesterday. Why it won't let me upload, I don't know.
I think your camera is starting to glitch a little bit.
Is it? Oh, it's getting hot, I think. We'll turn it off and go with the screen. Just screen. My whole computer, I think, is actually starting to fry up because I see it's all starting to slow down. This happened yesterday when you're a couple hours in.
Yeah.
Same exact thing happened. I'm just going to close out some of my tabs. I think my memory is running at full speed right now. Can't blame the Sony. Sony was running for an hour and 40 minutes just now, so we can't really blame the Sony. Give it a second. Yesterday this happened and we came back no problem. So I'm just going to switch my camera from the Sony
I'll answer Brian's question real quick. Brian, I am from Illinois, so that's why still have a 309 area code from the middle of nowhere, Illinois.
There you go. There's that answer. All right, hold on. Let's see if we can trying to work on adding media. I think what happens is the whole thing just starts to freak out when I get this deep. Did you guys mention there's an agency training including with this deal? So yeah, the training that comes with that unlimited package, guys, is our agency accelerator training, which is full agency outline training. It's everything that you would need to know.
We're still using the right mics, right? Because I remember yesterday it switched.
It didn't switch our mics.
Okay.
It did switch. Originally, our mics just didn't work, but right now my whole browser is just like freaking out. So let's close as many of the browsers as we can to give it as much memory as we can. All right. Because I can't even close this thing in Safari. Give it a second. We'll come back here. I'm sure it'll come back to life. Facebook's trying to do too much right now. Yeah, you guys actually get a lot when you join Accelerator. You get access to our affiliate program. So the Agency Unlimited program, you also can become affiliates. And I will tell you this. There's 8 affiliate modules in there. I did 8 webinars, and there's 8 affiliate webinars in there that teach you everything you need to know about being an affiliate. I've had people watch that, and immediately afterwards, they've said, this is better than any course I've ever taken on affiliate marketing, and I'm giving it to you included in your membership. So that by itself is a really big deal. So I literally cannot upload an image. It won't let me click the upload, and it could be any number of thousand things. Some could be my own computer issues. Some could be Facebook having an issue with the upload button. I have no idea. I'm just going to use another image, and we're going to have to pretend that it's a pest image. So if you look here, yeah, we're just going to use this square image. So this would be an image of like a pest or some sort of animal or something. And I would have my text that says, hey, thanks so much for your interest in getting getting pest control, blah, blah, blah. Click here for a free quote, right? So you can see just the speed of this website right now is incredibly detrimental to my success here. But it's definitely a Safari issue because Google Chrome seems to... Oh, no, it's actually my computer. I'm having a tough time moving other browsers and stuff too. So it is what it is. I want to see if it'll actually let me finish this. That'd be great. Let's see if I stop sharing my screen for a second. Can we bring in another screen? So I got my front camera working. That's no problem. Let's give it a second here. I think it'll catch up. Looks like it's starting to. Just give it a minute. Hey, 2 hours in, I can't blame it.
Yeah, I mean, we got a lot of stuff going on here.
Possibly too much stuff. Now, I did have to cancel out of Chatmatic, so I'd have to go back in to get my JSON code, but that's not really an issue. And yes, Crystal, I would change the button to learn more or sign up, something more than send message. I don't like send message. So we've got right here our advanced setup in the message template area. I'm going to share my screen with you guys again, see if I can get it. Hold on a second. I'm gonna see if I can't. Man, I'm having a really, really tough time getting this browser to move. So just give me 1 second. I know I have. We're gonna. Right. Okay. Let's see if I can. Here. References. I'm literally clearing history and wiping out cache. This actually is a problem for a lot of people at many different stages of, when you're building your business, you don't even realize that you're doing it. So it is important that if you're having issues like this, to sometimes go in and reset your cache, clear your cache, things like that. But let's see. My computer itself, this particular computer has been giving me issues for the last 2 days. I've been using this computer because my other computer was going through a major update. Is there a way to know if someone sends you a message during the sequence? So the system's not going to know. If somebody randomly types something during the sequence, the system's not going to know, and it's not going to be able to do anything about it. So you're going to have to, keep that in mind. There's just no way that we can do that much. It's not artificial intelligence so much. It's more of an input-output type of system. Hold on. All right. My Chrome browser is about to freak out, but I'm just going to shut it down and reload it. I can see from my computer, and I'm going to see if I can go on my other one, that my computer literally is like crawling. You guys can't see my screen, but it's crawling. So I don't actually think it's Facebook. I don't think it's Safari. I think it's my computer. So that's why you got to have backups. Because this computer, it's funny. The computer that I'm on right now is a brand new Mac, like the best one, right? The one that I'm about to go on to is 6 years old and works better than the one that is brand new. Sometimes you just, you can't win. I did just get this brand new iOS for this computer, and it looks really great. I'm not going to lie to you. I'm going to see if I can get into StreamYard with this and go back in and make some ads. This is conveniently running much faster already. So give me a second. I'll be back. And this new iOS is some fun.
Are you on the beta?
I am.
Nice.
On Big Sur.
Big
Big Sur beta. Let's see.
What is StreamYard? So StreamYard is just the platform that we're using to stream these live trainings. We can use multiple platforms, multiple Facebook pages at the same time. It's actually awesome. StreamYard's great.
It is super, super cool. I'm hoping that if I leave, if I leave on that computer, it doesn't do anything. So I'm going to enter the broadcast studio from this one. And
you're in.
That much I can see. Let's see. All right. If I shut this, I don't know what that's going to do. But okay. Hey, it still says I'm on this new one. I think I'm back on the new laptop. Trent, you can move so I don't think you're frozen. Okay, good. I thought for a second you were frozen.
No,
All right.
Frozen. Is the mics good? We're good?
Yeah, I think mics are good. Let me know if you guys are still hearing me. That should have done it. I think we've cured any issue we may have had.
All right.
I've got
You got 10 minutes.
this. See, that's how you take up the whole time in your call. Oh, this is a little bit from browser. Somebody saying no sound. I don't know if I believe that. We are back. Okay, good. We get a lot of back and forth on whether or not things are working. And it's good to know that it is working. All right. Let me go here. I just got to fix some of this setup. Come on. Don't be annoying. It's going to be annoying. That's fine.
Just so you guys know, next we have proposals and working with clients. We're going to be going through the different proposals that we have, what those are all about. I'm going to throw in some standard operating procedures, sales call, and then we're ending today with a special guest roundtable. So definitely want to stick with us. It'll be a lot of fun.
You don't want to miss that. The guest roundtable is really cool. I know for me, it's always fun to get people on who have had, great experience doing things and can show other people how all this stuff works. All right. So the other ad obviously didn't save. So I'm going to go through this process again and see if we can't get it to work. But I've 9 minutes. I don't think that's going to be a problem for me. By the way, Big Sur, so far, running like a dream. So let's just hope it sticks with that. So now let's go with setting up a new ad. I'm not going to go through. I don't even know if I'm logged into a different account. I don't think it's going to let me create the ad. You can sometimes do this. Let me just see if I have to do this through Chrome. You can sometimes still set up mock ads basically in certain accounts, but in this one, I don't think it's going to keep. So I'm going to see if I can log in through Chrome without it blowing up this computer too. The good news is I feel like we got, I want to say 90% of the way through the campaign before my camera crapped out and before my screen crapped out. So you guys pretty much, I feel like, got a good handle on what we're trying to do there. And the camera came back. I just feel like my computer was overwhelmed. Hold on one second. We're going to see if we can get in here. Okay. Let me share my screen again. Bingo. Here's the thing. Anybody who's watching this, has anybody who is watching this right now already generated profit from Chatmatic? Because if you have, I'd love to have you on the round table. I want to hear from you. If you've already generated profit, say, yes, I have. Tell us how much. And we might be able to, might have to throw you on there. People saying they're getting reverb and echo. Hold on. I think it's because the audio. Oh, no, it's defaulting to the 6i6. I don't know why it's getting reverb, but hopefully it's not anymore. Okay, now, can we finish this campaign? Come on. Now I just feel like I'm having internet lag. Here we go. Pest control demo. Yeah, I'm getting major internet lag right now. This is really strange. All right. We've already got this part done. We're going to go in. I think I've got the Chatmatic Oh, I don't have it copied on my computer here. So let me, oh, that's a whole nother process. You know, that's funny about this is one of the main reasons that people tell you never to do live demos is because you can't control like your computer crashing, your camera not working. You know, that's why a lot of people don't do it. But I'm just going to log in to get that JSON. Yeah, I think for whatever reason the stream is on its last leg, probably because we had so many devices connected to it or something. But hold on. Okay. So now I just got to grab the JSON code. I mean, I can definitely tell our internet is incredibly slow right now, but
Yeah,
we're
I
almost
just
there.
quit out as much stuff as possible.
Well, I mean, yeah, the internet speed itself is what's really hurting us right now. I think it's one of those times where it's like just a lull in the speed or something. Because my computer seems to be functioning fine. I mean, hey, I don't get worried about this stuff. Somebody said, it's okay, Travis, we all have tech troubles. That's exactly why I don't worry about this. This is the realest way to show you guys what actually happens when you're building your business, period. Like, if you think it's always going to be some flawless experience, then you've not spent enough time trying to grow a business. Most of the time, you're going to run into stuff like this, where that thing's not working. This thing's acting weird. Why is that thing taking so much time? What's happening here? I do feel like I just got a little bit of a bump back to what seems like normal reality. So hold on here. Copy JSON. Now I'm going to go to the bottom of the screen here. Create my advanced setup. So again, this would be a pest control ad. We already know who we're targeting. So now in order to install JSON, I've got to highlight all of this. We already talked about that earlier. I've got the JSON code already copied to my clipboard. So I highlight all this, delete it, and paste. And paste. There we go. So now you guys can see this is what happened when they click on the ad. We're here to help you get rid of those pests. Let's get you a quick quote and instant help. Just click pest control info below. They would click that and our entire bot sequence would trigger off. Everybody here, just give me a yay if you're happy. We just finished it. Even complete, published, our ad is done. And we're 2 minutes shy of 1 full hour with every possible technological issue possible. We have made it. We made it through. I'm not sure that we're going to be able to maintain the whole time going through that many issues, but we did make it through. Now, you just saw. This is again, I have to talk about the unlimited package when we do stuff like this, because that's why this unlimited package is so ridiculous. You guys suggested a niche. I chose the niche. I've never built a campaign in that niche before. I researched and one perfect ideal client who is spending money on ads, but isn't spending money retargeting. I created an ad that would go to that would be perfect for them. All I have to do now is I'm going to create an m.me link for it. I'm going to do this on my other screen here. Let's see if I can share my screen without it blowing up. I don't feel any confidence whatsoever in what's happening. But here we go. Okay, so I literally went to new triggers. I'm going to say pest control demo. I click m.me. I click pest control. I'm going to add a custom ref called pest control. Copy to clipboard. Yep. Save and finish. Now that URL I send to anyone, and when they click it, it's going to send them into the bot, right? And I would probably have a fan page called pest control leads, so that when when I say this demo people, I know it's people who own pest controls or companies or work for them. So I know that's who I want this to be. And I can see I just got the message in on my watch, actually. So my buzzer's that slow. Let's do the rest of this not through Messenger, but actually through do this through the Messenger app. So let's stop sharing my screen. Now let's share a different screen. So you guys can see here, this is the, let's see, is sharing. Okay. This is the bot, right? We're here to help you get rid of those pests. Let's get you a quick quote of instant help. Just click pest control info, right? Now, remember, when I go through this, it's going to send text messages. So on my phone, there is no, on my phone, sorry. Let's clear this up. On my phone, there are no new messages, okay? So we'll see. It can call us now, right now. I want to show you guys this on my phone, this particular little piece here. I want to show you the call us now option. So if you look, I've got the call us now button right here, right? If I click that, hold on, let me go to it. If I click it, it says at the bottom, do you want to call that number? If I click call that number, it literally dials the number from my phone. I got to hang up. I don't actually want to call them. But everybody here should realize what I just showed you is insane. If you show that to a client, they're going to be like, wow, how did you do that? Oh, you mean you only used a software that built all that for you? That's crazy. Now, I can still go through this bot on my phone. I'm actually going to do it on my screen. So I've got these options here at the bottom. Where am I located? Kauai, Maui, or Big Island? I'm going to say Kauai. And it's collecting this information about me as I go. So if I had an emergency, I could call them right there. I don't have an emergency, so it's fine. I want to talk to them about pest control. Now, on this pest control option, it's going to say, hey, we need more information about you, yada, yada, yada. Look no further. Give me your email. See, it's pre-populated. I haven't had to type a single thing through this. Now it's going to ask for my phone number or give me another option to call them right now. I'm going to type a fake phone number in. 123-123-1234. But I'm still going to get a text message because that's part of the way that this whole system works. I might have to actually look at my phone here in a second to see the text message. Boom. I don't know if you guys can see that. But in real time, I got a text message. Let's see what it said. Watch this. So this is the actual text message. I'm going to make my screen bigger. This is the text message that I just got. Hey, you have a lead. There's his name, there's his location, and there's the service he's interested in. Right now, I could have entered the phone number too. I forgot to enter the phone number. I would do that if this was a real client. But now, without having to do anything, without having to do a single thing, I can deliver leads to my client. I could also, you guys know with automations, I could also send that data over to a spreadsheet and update a spreadsheet. I could do a lot of multiple different things. What else can we do, Trent, with that? With all that data, what else could we do?
We could set them into an autoresponder sequence and have that.
Boom. Have that emailing them automatically every single day. Have it go with a 22-hour delay and another text message. Have it go with a 38-hour delay and another text message. In that text message, I could have an m.me link that brings them back into Messenger if I wanted to do that. We haven't even really started to begin to experiment with, you only got a 24-hour rule in Messenger. But if you get somebody's phone number, bring them back into Messenger. Open the 24-hour window all over again. And you can do this all through our platform. Now, I want to know an honest opinion from you guys. Do you all see the potential in being able to get 5 to 10 business owners to pay you money to do this for them? Do you all see that potential? I don't know how to make it any more clear than I just did, because we found a random niche, built the bot for that niche, and literally got the ad going. Here's another concept that I want you guys to understand. We have a bot marketplace in Chatmatic. So in that hour that I built that bot, I can go back through, make it better, add some delay. And I can actually, as a Chatmatic user, I can submit that to the marketplace and sell it for $10. Guys, I want to tell you, we have 9,000 users, I think, and we're going up every single day. If you have templates available for sale in the marketplace, people will see them and they will buy them. We made 2 templates yesterday available in the marketplace. They both sold $4.95 and $9.95. Let me just see if we've had any more since then. So we literally have it, don't promote them. We don't do anything. We just literally have them available. I'm looking, I see, yeah, we had the 2 purchases, a $9.95, a $4.95, and a $4.95. We had 3 people buy templates, and I didn't promote them. I didn't tell anybody about them. I didn't do anything aside from make available. Now, all you got to do is make these cool templates. You spend an hour, and if 100 people buy your $10 template, you made $1,000. Well, technically half. So you've made $500 for doing nothing but making a template once, reselling it to customers, and then making it available in our marketplace. What protection is there from folks from taking my creations, copying them, and reposting them? So we do have one layer of protection that I think works pretty well. We know what templates are in the marketplace. When you submit a template to our marketplace, we have to approve it before it's live. So you'll submit it, we'll review it to make sure there's nothing that's exactly like that in the marketplace, and then we'll post it. Andy says, if they respond to an SMS rather than messaging you back, does that extend your 24-hour window? No. 24-hour window is only in Messenger. It can't extend a window not involved in Messenger. How can I add a template? I'm not sure what you mean. You make templates. How many times can a template be used? As many times as you want. Once you buy it, you get the code, you have it. Now, what I want to do, though, is I want to, because every single one of these sessions is important, I want to make sure that we have enough time. So Trent, I'm not going to limit you to 20 minutes because we don't need that much time for the roundtable. But what I want to do now is we're going to turn it over to Trent, and he's going to go through the proposals that we send clients. Because I think that's the next step. Like, okay, Travis, I see the potential. I think I could get clients, but I don't know what to say to them. I want you to go through the proposals, talk about some of the case studies that we've actually sent, that we send to people, what kind of happens in their mind as they're going through it, and then how someone might take these same templates and, using what we've taught them so far today, turn that into an agency. I'm to turn it over to Trent, and we'll be here after that.
All right, let's dive right in. So there's a few things that I definitely want to show. Of course, the proposals, but there's a few additional things as well. And then, just some rules or some advice when you're working with these clients, when you're talking to them, when you onboard them. So I have all the proposals and standard operating procedures and everything up on my screen. So I'm going to go ahead and share my screen. I won't be able to see any comments or anything coming in, but that's all right. So going off of what we talked about today, I decided I want to start with the local lead gen proposal here. So this is what we would send to a client, in that onboard or after that initial, they want to come on with us. Great. Okay, here's our proposal. So you can see the graphic in the first page here, and then it just goes into a general summary. What's our objective? This is pretty much standard between any business. Architect and execute messenger campaigns to increase lead generation and booked appointments. Short term, we would look to generate as many leads and appointments as possible, but long term, we would look to monetize Messenger subscribers as well as provide them an enjoyable and more
Can you
customized experience.
zoom in on that so they can kind of see
Yeah.
it too?
I'll zoom in.
There we go. Now we're talking.
So yeah, you guys can see how we're starting this, and we do tend to change the language depending on what that local business is, right? Booked appointments. If it's a restaurant, maybe you say reservations. You know, you're going to want to go through this, change up any of that verbiage. So,
and question, can they I want to make sure everybody knows, because I know this is the next question before we even get 2 steps into this. Everybody wants these proposals. They're all available for download inside the accelerator. So when you upgrade to the $4.99 unlimited, you will have these. Are they in an obvious spot, Trent? I don't know if we have. I know we have them in the. I thought we had them in the information guide, but
I thought we did too.
What we can do is today.
Yeah,
or tomorrow, we'll add them to the very first page when you log in. We'll have a download area, and you can download all of these. So as an
100%.
upgraded member, you will see all of these in there. We have proposals for local business, influencers, and e-commerce. I just wanted to chime in, make sure that everybody knew that.
And they're all basically in the same, this similar structure. That's why I wanted to start with this, this local lead gen, going off of what we talked about today. I'll show you the e-com proposal and the influencer proposal as well. We won't go too in depth. I will show you more of the case studies there. But after the objective, we go into goals. 4 main goals here: build messenger engagements. That's obvious. Generate subscribers via social, ads, website, whatever assets that they have that we can utilize. That's obvious. Engage and monetize subscribers through ongoing campaigns. Promote exclusive offers and create an insiders-like experience in Messenger exclusively. So then we just kind of go through our project outline. What are we going to do? We're going to break down the phases. Again, we're highlighting our number 1 goal here is to help you generate Messenger subscribers. And this will show them why Messenger subscribers are so important, because they may still have it in their mind like, well, I still don't really get why I need to use Messenger. This is going to show them that importance. So phase 1. Yeah. Describe that, because that's why we say that's our goal. Yep. So yeah, we're really hitting on those 2 directives that we discussed yesterday. Get as many Messenger subscribers as possible, and then as you'll see in these different phases, we're monetizing those subscribers. So phase 1 that we want to engage with and make subscribers would be your social audience, right? That reverse funnel rollout. We're breaking that down. Your warm audiences. We want those people into Messenger because they already are engaging with your brand. They've already showed interest or purchased from you. They're following you. Those are the people we want, because now when we go to message them, they're very likely to take action on what we're offering at that. So that's first phase. Again, we've been describing this for the past 2.5 days at this point. So you'll see kind of the breakdown there. Phase 2. We'll be going after the cold audience. All right. So we'll start to transition into more of that cold outreach that fits their avatar. And most of the clients that you're going to work with, they know what their ideal client looks like, right? If you're a CrossFit gym owner, your ideal client is somebody interested in exercise or interested in CrossFit or likes Rogue. We can create that avatar based on that business, and some of those businesses you may have to talk more with, but you'll be able to create that for them.
And also when we go after the warm audiences ahead of time, our second phase is
a lookalike.
It's going to be lookalikes, or it's going to be like, okay, now we upload your email list and we do this, or we upload your audience on Facebook who's watched a video of yours, and we do that. That's why it's super important. What we covered yesterday in the Facebook ads section, it's really, really important that you go through and understand what audiences you can create in Facebook. The funniest thing is, what makes anybody good at Facebook ads is understanding what's available to you. So that's a big piece. We put that in here because it's like, all right, phase 1, we're going to do the easiest thing for us. Phase 2, scale. I talked about this morning. Scaling is at the end, not at the beginning. Don't worry about scale in the beginning. Go after it.
Absolutely. So this is a really cool example. I always loved this campaign that we ran for a plastic surgeon. This is a free mini consultation, right? So basically what it was is we ran an ad to who we thought would be the ideal candidate for plastic surgery. It was women who, you know, they liked
high-end brands.
And then we ran them through this free mini consultation. So you can kind of see a little bit of that. This is also a template that's available in our template club and in the marketplace. It asked them like, okay, hey, so I see you're interested in our mini consultation. You know, what's the type of surgery that you're looking for? And if you want to click breast surgery, now we made these like quick little videos where the doctor really given that like level of trust, right? That's a huge thing for plastic surgery, is like, you don't want just some random person doing this. So having that, seeing that doctor's face, having that kind of connection there, even if it's virtually, was actually a big thing for us.
I think it'd be more important now.
Yeah, 100%.
Having the video, because literally what he did was he was like, hey, here, Vivify Plastic Surgery, we focus on the following 4 areas. And then those 4 areas were options at the bottom they could select. And he said, okay, great. It looks like you're looking for breast surgery. For the rest of this, I'll let our automation take place or whatever. But he's like, let us know a little bit more about exactly what you're looking for. And in that case, he built this out for us. He wrote out like, okay, if they're interested in breast surgery, I need to find out, are they looking for a reduction due to cancer? And they had all these options, right? Implants. And then if it was like, oh, implants, okay, do you want silicone or non-silicone? So we were able to identify all this information from the user as they went through, and we're literally getting to know his ideal client. And then at the end, sent him an email saying, hey, here's all of the information that this user just gave us.
Absolutely. Yeah. And this campaign did really well. I can't remember the exact details. I think we describe them later. So I'll just keep going here.
That campaign got leads at like $19, which in the plastic surgery niche is ridiculous.
It's huge. Some people may be like, oh, $19 that's a lot for a lead. Not if that lead went through an entire consultation and gave you, there were some people that were sending in their insurance cards and like,
yeah,
hey,
over Messenger, because it's a private conversation.
Yeah.
It was really, really cool to see how far these people were going with this relationship. They were like, oh, hey, do you take this insurance? And they were taking screenshots of their insurance card.
And the average plastic surgery in Tampa, is 5,000 plus, like depending, especially like a breast surgery like that, those aren't cheap. So getting a $19 lead is good. So phase 3 here. Phase 3, now we're going back into our retargeting phase. Okay, so this specific client and most of these local businesses that you'll be working with, as Travis kind of showed earlier, they don't have a Facebook pixel. And I actually put this study in here. During a recent study of websites, we found that there's 0.56% of all websites have a tracking pixel.
Think about that number for a second, guys. That number is insane. 0.56% of all websites have a Facebook tracking pixel on them.
And then this one, sadly, only 5% of those that visit your website fill out that contact form. So we were kind of going through those websites. Some of them were very, very poorly made, but they still had like what's your name, what's your email, what's your phone number. Only 5% of people who visit a website fill that out.
And it's because think about all of the friction points, right? It's like, okay, I got to type my name. I got to type my email. I got to type my phone number. You want to know a short description of my issue. You want to know where I'm located. Like, it's easier when it's just tap and go. And we already collect their first name and last name in Messenger. So we never have to ask anybody, what's your name? It's collected in the bot. So we don't have to ask for that one. That was one field gone. No typing. Email, it's pre-populated unless they want to use a different one, right? In which case they'll type it, but at least we're giving them a pre-populated option. So it makes it a little bit easier. Guys, I cannot stress enough. This is not only a massive opportunity for you to be able to work with clients. It's a massive opportunity for those clients to get good, highly qualified leads that they can monetize whenever they want.
Absolutely.
And the retargeting phase is, listed as a third.
But it can be going on.
But I do it in the
throughout.
beginning. Yeah. I just outline it that way so that they understand in their mind the sequence of it. Okay, we'll go after cold, like my warm audience, then cold audience, and then we'll start this retargeting of like a circle, right?
Especially again, if they don't have a Facebook pixel, just because you put that on, and this client was like ranked on the 7th page of Google, they weren't getting a whole lot of traffic. It's going to take that pixel time to, marinate, quote unquote,
And somebody just asked a question that I want to make sure that I'm very, very stern in my answer for. And again, it goes back to what I talked about yesterday with this like whole tough love type of teaching thing. Was that today or yesterday? I think it was yesterday. And somebody said, if I lose the client, who's getting the pixel list? Who cares?
Yeah.
Who cares?
I wouldn't overthink anything like that.
Them. There's the answer.
Yeah.
Them. If you're running ads for a plastic surgeon and they're paying you $2,000 a month, do you care that you're not getting their 900 person pixel audience? No.
Well, think of the ethics behind then taking their audience.
And yeah, what would you even do with it? It's kind of weird.
Are you giving it to another plastic surgeon?
This is what I want you guys to think about is do not let those things be a thought in your mind. Yeah. I want you running so fast at getting clients that you don't even have time to think about that stuff. Because if you spend all of your time, thinking about what if I lose a client? What happens to the pixel list? What do I do with his email list? What if I run this ad? Should I run this thing? What if he says that I got to do that? You'll never start. What you need to do is say, you know what? I've got a good thing for people. I'm going to do it. And then 2 or 3 clients in, you figure it out. Somebody said, Travis, do we pay the ad cost or do they pay the ad cost? Do we roll it into our cost? Do we add it extra? Guys, I've done both. I've added it in and then I realized, hey, for this kind of client, it's a mistake. Then I've added it in and I'm like, hey, for this kind of client, it works. I've had it be separate and I've said, for this kind of client, it's great. For this kind of client, it doesn't work. You have to build it to learn what to do.
Yeah. And I think the rest of this proposal is definitely going to help. So then we just kind of break down the numbers, right? So if you had 10,000 Messenger subscribers, you can expect to spend 150 to 200 to reach all of them directly in their inbox. So we start to go a little bit into the numbers that we've experienced with these local businesses. And then we give them, okay, hey, this is a client that we've worked with. This is what we've seen. Let me see. So a total of 375 Messenger subscribers or leads.
Yep, this was the plastic surgery
from a
campaign.
total of 7,400. So this was right around 1974 for somebody that was interested in plastic surgery, that went through that entire mini consultation or, went through enough of it. We got those for 1974. Oh yeah, this was that. I Googled this. The average cost of a cosmetic surgery is $5,046. So they almost break even if one of those people buys. But again, that's where retargeting comes in. Like you're building you're getting as many Messenger subscribers as possible. And then you work on monetizing.
And we haven't even talked about, like, think about it. Now you're building a list of 375 people that you can reach out to with sponsored messages once a month. And we did this once with this client where he did this like monthly offer. And it was like
Botox or something.
Yeah, but it was like something super stupid. It's hard in this niche because it was like, hey, he had this lotion, and then he also did like 10% off a breast augmentation this month, something like that. But
interesting.
10% off to me is really weak. But you do a sponsored message, and he got hundreds of replies because he was able to send a sponsored message to every single one of his subscribers saying, hey, we're doing this special. If you're interested, call us. Hundreds of replies of people saying, hey, do you do this? It's re-sparking that flame, and you're reaching everybody. So if it's not the right time for them now, it will be in the future. Now, what I want to do is just scroll through this template even farther because, what I want to do is, you guys see right here, this is the proposal. At the end of every proposal, we give this basically like an invoice. It's like, hey, we want you, to sign on with us. here's our pricing options, right? So at the end, it literally gives them 2 pricing options. In this case, it's only one, which is here's our contract fee.
Yeah.
In e-commerce, we do a percentage or we do a fee. This literally has all of that stuff broken out into it already.
So I'll go ahead and show.
Yeah, so you guys can see the e-commerce one. I actually think is a much better one from the standpoint of it shows a lot more case studies because we've had more case studies. But in this case, you can actually give them 2 pricing options. A lot of people are like, well, Travis, what do you charge? It's broken down in the end of these templates that we give you guys. One of them is a percentage up front, a making it fee, creation fee, and then monthly, or a fee, and then give me a percentage. I make more money off percentage e-commerce than we do off of the flat fees. So, I think that's just the way that we prefer to do it.
So yeah, obviously, if you guys get into the unlimited membership, you'll have access to all of these different proposals. So I'm not going to sit here and go through all of them, but you can see kind of the different case studies we have for influencers, e-com. Again, we basically went through that whole local one together. I did want to show this standard operating procedure as well. Again, this basically reiterates everything that we've talked about today, right? This is what you would use as your standard operating procedure for onboarding a local business client and what you do going forward. So this talks about, hey, search, client site, retarget on Facebook. Again, that's exactly what we were talking about today with the reverse funnel rollout. And it even says it right here, reverse funnel rollout. So this is, again, the procedure that you would use, what campaigns, an intro campaign, make a deal, retargeting qualifier, website chat widget, something that we didn't mention, I don't think throughout this whole training, but a chat widget is great on every website. You're going to get way more opt-ins than people scrolling through your entire website and filling out.
Okay, so this is a good example for you to also dive into something that you've done in the past. You set up a chat widget on a CrossFit website. Talk a little bit about what happened from that, because I want to go through the whole story. Why did it work? Who was coming through it? Because I think people need to understand, guys, what he's about to show you is yet another thing that you can go and offer people as a service for them, and it will make them money. And he's got proof of it.
Yeah, I will say this. The fact that we didn't dive into how to add one of these, because I can't see the questions, but I'm sure that will be a question, how to add a widget. I honestly, every time I go to do this, I Google it. I Google how to add a widget to a Wix site, how to add a widget
to individual sites.
Yeah, because every site's different, right? I can say, hey, go into settings of your fan page and go to the Messenger platform and grab this piece of code, but you're gonna have to Google it. Every site's a little different.
It always depends on where it goes. Every site is a little different as to where you actually can install it. This happened to be WordPress. It'd be a little bit different, but you can see it's a little pop-up on the site, and it basically says, hey, here's the information. And obviously the internet connection here is giving us an issue.
Tough, but yeah, this would be great, because what we were doing originally, and they actually wanted me to bring this back, but I kind of fighted it because my sister owns this gym, just so you guys know. So when she wants me to do something, but was fired earlier, I just, no, you don't get it now. But yeah, this specific one, now we do a newsletter every week that people just eating up. Like, people are eating this newsletter up. It gives them the workouts of the week, any important updates and stuff. So yeah, this is obviously, you guys are probably, it's your sister's gym. She still pays for it. It's not like she's just because it's your family doesn't mean you can't like make some money from it, or if it's your friend.
I'm going to share my screen because it's actually working on my screen.
Okay. Yeah, I don't know what's going on with mine.
So this is it's literally like it's a messenger chat. It's a messenger chat.
Wait,
that
share your
opens.
screen again?
Yeah, I went to.
Okay.
So I already had a pre-chat with this company. Actually, you can see this was the original. Actually, this is really funny. This is a true story. This is how we found the gym. 8/15/17. Look at this. Because this is
I
Sarah's
messaged
page.
you back. Yeah.
And so it said, hey, I've been calling, but I can't get through to anybody. My husband and I are competing CrossFitters, blah, blah. I'm going to be in town. We'd like to join.
How funny is that?
This is real. My wife and I joined, and we were members for 2.5 years. So what is that? 2 years. So call it 24 months by 100. It was $280 a month for us to be members. So you figure $4,000 a month or a year. Sorry. We put about $5,000 across the course of 2 years to be members of this gym, and started through Messenger because we private messaged them. We wanted a response.
Who responded? Me. I will never forget that day.
And so it's a full Messenger widget in here. Now there's an automation typically, and I want to see if there's a way to get that to fire. I think I would have to. Oh, that's cool. Look, you can hit add messenger to your website. If you want to learn to add to your website, here it is. And we have full documentation in the Chatmatic group that outlines exactly what to do. Now, I want to show you in a different browser. I'll see what my conversation looks like.
Yeah, I did want to mention that every website has its little like different things. WordPress is actually way easier than Wix because I've added a widget to a Wix site. But yeah, some of those things you just gotta Google or just play around with.
And the
those
same thing with
things.
adding a pixel to a website. Somebody said somebody does a pixel, they have no concept of how to add it. How do we add it? Google it.
Yeah, it's
literally how to add a Facebook pixel to Wix site, how to add a Facebook pixel to, whatever site you're using.
Because we can show you how to get the pixel, but we can't go through every single different sort of platform and show you how to add it to all those different things. So
see, I would continue as myself.
I didn't even know continue as guest was an option.
That's a brand new thing they just started putting out. And so you can see the welcome message. You disabled it, right?
Yeah,
I think we disabled it.
Yeah, we disabled it.
But I have
newsletter.
Oh, I was actually unsubscribed. That's right, because when I left, I unsubscribed. So I won't get the welcome message because I had to unsubscribe from the page. But you can see he actually sends this newsletter every week, which has the workouts in it. Let's see if I click it. I don't know. It's going to send right over to a spreadsheet with the workouts.
Box. And people absolutely love this. I don't exactly know how many subscribers, but it's the majority of the gym at this point is subscribed to it. And so,
but here's how it started and how it started making money.
Yeah.
I told him, I'm like, we need to use Messenger. And I went in and I actually talked to his sister about it first. And I'm like, here's the deal. People are coming to you in Messenger. They're saying, I want to drop in, and you're not responding in time for them to drop in. So they go to a different gym. I showed her a real example of one time when it happened. She was like, I know I need this. Help me out. Eventually, we end up installing that widget on their website. And we got people hitting them up on their website saying, hey, drop in. Where can I go? They're like, what do I need? And we had a pre-built bot that ran them through what to do to drop in. And it solved like 90% of the issues. And again, that could be, here's two ways you charge. You go to every CrossFit gym in the country and say, hey, I'll put this widget on your website and I'll install a pre-built automation. It's $150 a month. And it's going to help you get more drop-ins. If you are on our unlimited plan, you only pay $4.99 a year for unlimited pages with unlimited licenses. You don't owe Chatmatic anymore, regardless of how many clients you have or how many subscribers those clients have. That is crazy. If you think about it, you don't have to pay anymore for 20 clients, 50 clients, 150 clients. It's a ridiculous deal on our end. But this is, again, all these little strategies. CrossFit, pest control, plastic surgeon, e-commerce. It can be done in any niche that you want.
We still have a little more time, right?
I overbooked us.
Yeah. Well,
I'm sorry, I underbooked us. So we have an
30 minutes.
open half hour.
Well, let me show two more things real quick. We won't dive too far into them, but I do think these are really cool because I'm sure there's a few of you out there, or a lot of you out there right now. They're like, okay, well, if I connect with the business, they're interested, and I get on a phone call with them, what do I say? How do I sell this? Boom, Messenger sales script. And it goes through. This is actually the Wolf of Wall Street sales script that was reworked to be for Messenger, and it's great. So you just read through it, you get an understanding. I mean, you can have the kind of an outline in front of you. That's when I was doing a lot of calls, just kind of have basic outline in front of me of kind of what do you say, what information.
And I'll give you guys a little
grabbing.
bit more on this too, because we have this sales script available for everybody in the members area. But there's a great sales tactic that I really, really love, and it's not a script. I like using that script to, I would say, like role play with yourself or with somebody else, like role play into like situations. Here is the 3-step sales process that I think is amazing. I'm stealing this from Perry Belcher, but I love it. And the 3-step process is simply 3 questions. I'm going to run through it with Trent. And Trent, you can pretend to be, what business are you?
I am a taco place.
Taco place. I friggin' love tacos.
So
tacos would never be one that I would reach out to, just so we know.
I'm like one of the best Mexican restaurants.
And you've got like multiple locations.
Yeah, I'm killing it.
So the in this sales process, it's essentially 3 questions. So the first one is, if we were to work together, you know, or let's just say in a year from now we're talking, and you know, we're having a phone call, and I ask you, how are things going? Can you give me a description? What does your business look like in a year from now if things are going well? Tell me a little bit about your business.
Yeah, so we're currently at 5 locations. In a year from now, if we could be at like 7, ideally this year, I think we're set up, if we're continue on this path and, you know, increase our revenue, to open up 2 more spots would be amazing. So
2 more spots. That's awesome that you guys are obviously motivated to be able to grow. What does it take to open a spot? Like how are you guys, what would you have to do to be able to open up more locations?
I would say increase our revenue by 25%.
Okay. So an increase in revenue by 25% puts you guys at another location. That's great. So I want to tell you that first question was a test. Because I can't work with anybody who doesn't know where they want to go. You know where you want to go. You need to increase revenue by 25%, and you want to be able to open another location, right?
Yeah. That's
perfect.
Right.
So I've got one more question for you. And that is, what are you really good at?
Me personally, or my business?
What is your business good at in an aspect of what do your customers love, but then also why are you guys going to be able to make that happen? What is it about you that you're going to be able to have more locations and increase revenue?
I think we have the best tacos in the world. But yeah, our customers really like our deals. We have a great Taco Tuesday, and
how are your margaritas?
Our margaritas are perfect.
I'll be the judge.
Skinny margs are the best.
Perfect. So I'll be honest, that was another test. And it was the last test, but I have to test people because I can't work with anybody who doesn't know where they want to go. And you said that in a year you want 2 more locations. That's you know, a working game plan, and increasing revenue by 25% makes that happen. And then the last one, last question, what you're good at. I can't work with somebody who doesn't have a skill already. There's a lot of people who ask me like, oh, you know, can we work together? And I say, yes, but they've got nothing unique. They've got nothing different. You know, you can actually offer something. And I think it does sound like you've got something great. So if I understand correctly, you've got the best tacos in the world, amazing skinny margs. Your customers love what you do. And in a year from now, you want to open 2 more locations. And my last question, and this isn't a test, but would you like some help?
Yeah, absolutely. If you feel like you can help.
Right there at that point is the sales. That's the sales call. That's it. As soon as you get a business owner to say, yes, I want help, Now you're like, you're in. Okay, perfect. You want to increase revenue by 25%. I've got a game plan. I think that can do that. I, like you, who are good at making the best tacos in the world, I make decent tacos, but I'm really good. If somebody asks me, what am I good at? I'm really good at marketing. I'm good at helping businesses like yours understand the new technology without you having to spend any time doing it. I specialize in allowing business owners like you. I allow you to keep doing what you're good at, because nobody's buying your tacos because you're the best marketer of tacos. They're buying your tacos because they're great. I want to help you sell more tacos. That's what I do. So it sounds to me like, we're on to something. If you would like, I'd love to send you a proposal that breaks down exactly what I would do for your business. And I'm going to follow up with you in 48 hours to see what you think of that proposal, because I want to get working. And honestly, the first step is I'm going to come in for some tacos. So 48 hours from now, I'm going to come in for some tacos, and I'm going to try out and see what you guys have going on so that I know what we're marketing. But I genuinely think opening up 2 stores in the next 2 years is not a big problem, based on what you were telling me here today.
Yeah, love it. Would be happy to see that proposal and see what you have to offer.
So here's what I want to lay out all of you guys. Do me a favor, 1 to 5. How easy and powerful did you think that was? I don't have a sales script in front of me. You guys can see it, but all I've got in front of me is an empty notebook and these PDFs. There's no sales script, no nothing. I will tell you the 3 things that you can do that I just ran through. Okay? What I just ran through was a 3-step question process. Number 1 is, we're having this conversation in a year. Where's your business? You need to get the business to identify where we're trying to go. If marketing works, if you and I working together works, where do I put your business? If they can't answer that, you can't work with them because there's no expectation. Next question. What are you awesome at? You need to know right now, what are they bringing to the table? Because if it's nothing, you can't work with them. But if it's something, you can leverage that, right? And once they know what they're awesome at, you also now have the ability to say, you know what? That's what you're good at. This is what I'm good at. Let me do what I'm good at. But you don't say that until you ask the next question. And after every question, you reiterate what they said. Okay, here's where you're going to be in a year. Cool. Then second question, that was also a test. Here's where you're going to be in a year, and here's what you're really good at. I think that sounds like a doable thing. Third question, would you like some help? If they say yes, you're basically halfway in, because now it's like, all right, well, they admitted they wanted help. They know they need help, and I think I can be the one to help them.
And they wouldn't even be on that call if
they didn't need help.
They didn't need help. They wouldn't.
And
go
especially
into that.
Put it in a way that's non-confrontational. Like some help. Would you like help making that happen? That's why we're on the call.
It doesn't have to be super salesy. That's why we like to give that sales script as, again, thing to go through and check out and pull some different ideas. But yeah, what the conversation that we just had was just, it's the opposite of salesy. Like,
right. It's just because, again,
like
I talked about this before earlier today, but I want to bring it up. What I've shown you guys today is lead generation for any business. And I want you guys to go through this with me. Give me a 5 if you agree. What I just showed you can help you generate leads for any business. It's a simple process. We just got to understand the reverse funnel rollout process, make a bot for their low-hanging fruit, and we can help them generate more leads in Messenger. We can send them text messages. We can automate this whole process. It's all very possible to do for any business. So we, as a group, you guys who are here, there's 250 of you guys here right now. There's been up to 300, so 70 people left. They didn't even make it this far. You know something that most people don't, most businesses don't. You know how to generate leads through Messenger, and that's a really important piece. But if we all agree we know how to generate leads for businesses, can we also do me a huge favor and just say yes if you agree that right now businesses need more help than ever before, especially local businesses, but even e-commerce businesses, because now that people are shopping, they're making more money than they've ever made, most e-commerce stores. They need to adjust and generate more sales the more they go through, right? So now we know I can help generate leads, and there's businesses that are hurting. Without your help, without you helping them generate leads, there are some businesses that will go out of business. This is a true fact. When a business goes out of business, people lose jobs. People lose their income. People lose years of dedication towards a business, right? What I've shown over the last 3 days is the cure for business cancer. These businesses are going to die without help because they don't have time to watch these videos and implement this. They're just good at making tacos. They're busy doing pest control. They're busy giving massages. They're busy doing the plumbing work. They're busy painting, right? I need you guys to understand that what you have is the solution to business cancer. It's a systemic issue that is going throughout all businesses right now. The inability to get leads because they don't understand social media. You guys have the solution to that. And now I challenge you with this. How comfortable are you going to sleep at night knowing I can help these businesses, but I'm too afraid to reach out? I can help these businesses, but I'm too scared to message them and say that I can help them. I'm too scared to spend $4.99 investing in this whole training and unlimited licenses and maybe another $199 plus $59 a month for templates. I'm too scared. And next month, 2 months from now, 5 months from now, you're going to see a business that you thought, oh, I loved that business. You're going to see them go out of business, and you're going to be, man, that could have been a client for me. For $1,000 a month, I could have helped them generate leads that keeps them afloat. Great example is here in Hawaii. There was an escape room. I love escape rooms in concept. I think they're great. It went out of business like 2 weeks ago. I wasn't thinking of working with them. But when I thought about that, I was like, man, that sucks. How many 10 people probably worked at that company? They went out of business. I would have loved to have been, and this is the reverse of that thought. Not only can you save businesses that you know, you could potentially save businesses that you don't know. You could be a hero to 10 people. Just sounds crazy that like you're afraid to reach out to a business, given what you know now. You're afraid to reach out to a business because they might not know that you can give them value and they might say no. Hey, at least I reached out. So now when they go out of business, hey, I did try. Right? I want you guys to think on that. You have the skills now, you know, and you have the tools to help businesses cure these businesses of their own inability to generate sales. And some of you are not going to do it because you're afraid of either, well, Travis, what if I get a client and I can't get them results? What if a client, what if you go to Trent's Taco Shack and they're not the best tacos in the world? Or one of his cooks has a bad day and it took 20 minutes to make the tacos. Those things are going to happen, number one. But number two, what if they're the best in the world? What if you do get this client results?
They're not going anywhere.
Not only are they not going anywhere, but you just saved their business and you have a client paying you $1,000 a month, $500 a month, $200 a month, $100 a month, whatever it is. You're helping somebody sustain their business and they're paying you to do it. It's the win-win that we're trying to create in this situation. You guys now have unlimited access to the, no excuse not to get unlimited access to the tool that you can build all these automations in. Also, the training in our agency accelerator, pull all this together. Our proposal pre-written for you so you can start sending to clients tonight full ads training, full affiliate marketing training, so you can also do this for yourself, and zero excuses. Well, Travis, I just don't know. This is why I mentioned before when somebody said, who keeps the audience? Who cares? Figure that out when you get there. But I can tell you right now, digital businesses, MLMs, guys, this is another example. There are women, and I'm going to use women as an example, but there's also men. But there are women who, my wife's a great example of them, of this story, case study, is there are women who work their whole lives. They end up getting married. So they're used to working. They want to work. They have this drive to work, but they also really love their kids. They want to support their kids the best they can. So they stay home and they stop working, but they're still really driven. And there's like 3 or 4 hours out of every day that they want to do stuff. But it's like, what do I do? How do I build this business? So a lot of them join MLMs. A lot of them join network marketing. A lot of them join direct sales companies. And a lot of them fail because they don't know how to do this stuff. They don't know that building a list is essential. They don't know that you can build automations that help you build a list and introduce people to your brand. They don't know that you can put scan codes up at your little pop-ups. And then everybody who goes to your little makeup party is now a lead for you in the future. They don't know that. You can help them too. Maybe you can make $1 million. Ready? This is crazy. Where is she? Where's Crystal? I know she's in MLM. I talk about company oxygen or something. It's a detox product.
Oxygen?
It's black oxygen or something, I think. Anyways, it's a detox product. This is what I need to make clear. Crystal knows MLM, her network marketing company, whatever it is, inside and out, right? What's to stop her from building a course for $497? Crystal Davis right there. What is going to stop Crystal from making these campaigns for herself, making a course that says how to use automations to build your stay-at-home business, and then marketing that to all of her friends or her upline or her upline's upline or her downline and saying, hey, here's the course. It's $497. I give you the template completely for free. And I'm going to hold a weekly training session to help you use Messenger. How many people do you have to sell to $497 to make $1 million? It's 2,000. I've already done the math.
I was going to say
2,000 people at $497. Now, okay, hold on. Crystal, I want your personal one-on-one help. I will pay you $2,000. That's a drop in the bucket in the scheme of things. I want you to help me turn me into a master of my MLM. I'm in your downline. Turn me into a master. Here's $2,000. How many people at $2,000 for $1 million? Isn't it 50? No, 500.
500.
500 at 2,000? $1 million. I
don't know.
Now you've turned my idea. You've turned my process, my tool, and $499 a year into a $1 million business. How? By helping people get what they want, but doing it in our way, in a way that's more connected, in a way that is futuristic, not past, in a way that's simple to teach. And now you don't even have to do the bots for people. You teach them how to do the bots for themselves. And you have $1 million business. It's scary that more people aren't making that more money. You're going to tell me there's not 2,000 stay-at-home moms that want to make more from their MLM? I know for a fact there are 2,000 women who would love to make more from their MLM, who for $499 can learn how to make a scan code that makes everybody at their makeup party, everybody at their essential oils party, everybody at their breathing oxygen party we talked about with Crystal. Every single one of those people can now be a lead. So even if they don't buy at your party, this is the biggest problem with MLM parties. If they don't buy at your party, when can they buy? Essentially never, because they don't know where to go. But if you get them in the Messenger, you can follow up with them every single day. Hey, hope you enjoyed the party. Here's next month's thing. Anybody not doing this doesn't take their income seriously. It doesn't allow, it has a lack of imagination. You have to have an imagination to be able to imagine the craziness that is creating $1 million business from an idea like this. It's amazing for MLM, amazing for network marketing. It's amazing for digital businesses. You can help e-commerce stores generate more sales. You can help local businesses make more money. Possibilities are endless because nobody is using this. And we already talked about the fact that 0.53% of people, businesses, have the Facebook pixel. What percentage do you think it is of people who are using Messenger automations? So I can tell you 10 billion messages every single month are exchanged between businesses and consumers, meaning consumers are already messaging businesses. We already use Messenger to message our friends. Now we can connect to businesses. I would say 0.001% of businesses are using Messenger automations. That means that 99.999% of businesses need your help. And some people are going to say, well, Travis, it's not a blue enough ocean. There's not enough clients out there for me. I don't know enough. Do me a huge favor. Can I get a yes for everybody who knows for a fact that you know more than 99.999% of businesses about Messenger automations, lead generation, and generating sales through Messenger? Because I can tell you, if you've spent any amount of time on these calls, you do know more than 99.999% of businesses. And it's funny, people who teach second grade math, they're usually not math PhDs. You don't have to be a PhD in marketing to teach second grade math. You have to be of third grade math level or above. Don't worry about trying to be the PhD. You're not going to be me right now. I've built multi-million-dollar campaigns. No matter what I teach you, I can't give you that. What I can give you is the information so that you can go out and become yourself. Go learn how to become the master in your own right. And the only way that you can do that is by literally trying things, reaching out to people. Simple.
Well said.
I just hope that I can motivate a handful of you to do this, take action, take chance, take a risk. You now know that you have the cure to business cancer, and you know that you can make $1 million doing this a year. And it's all through one tool. Notice, guys, by the way, I've never once mentioned, but you've also got to have this website. You've also have this. But you've also got to have this. Everything we've taught you is through Chatmatic. Think how cool that is. Everything that we've taught you is through Chatmatic. I don't know any better way to explain it. Marisha said I'm motivated, which is great. The good news is some more motivation is coming your guys' way. We've got, I believe, 3. We've got 3 great people coming on to speak with us who have had great success, amazing success with their agency all through Chatmatic, and some of which, all of them never had an agency before. So that is going to be a really, really interesting new call here. I'm going to introduce them here in just a moment, but I want you to understand it can be done by anybody. It can be done from anywhere. Doesn't matter if you're a man, a woman, black, white, any race, whatever. You can do this if you have belief in it. And somebody just posted the other day, they got a $2,500 a month client, and it's a group of like 5 guys that work out of, I want to say Thailand or Indonesia. They don't speak very good English. They got a $2,500 a month client. It can be done by everybody. Jeanette said, my will be filled with Chatmatic training. That's awesome. I'm stoked. obviously get in $4.99, get the agency accelerator, go through that. There's some mindset training in there. There's some actual training in there that you guys really want to see. And everything from over my shoulder to, actually everything from over my shoulder to, like, not just mindset, module based, build this, build that. It's how to work with clients. Literally, I want to say it's pretty much everything that you would need. That's what I love about Travis. WordPress. Yeah, exactly. No, I don't care what website you're using. None of it. Shante said, how long is this offer up? So our unlimited $4.99 offer, we're leaving this page where you're watching this up until Sunday night. We may offer it to specific groups of people in the future as they're onboarding, but our system can tell when you're out, you're out. So it will put you out of that full. If you're watching this now, you won't see it again until, if you get lucky, you won't see it after Sunday. We've got some of our people coming in. All right. So our first guest who's hopping on right now is a guy named Dov. Dov actually has a really great video that I've done with him in the past. I'm going to ask him to talk a little bit more about that as well today. And you're going to see it's really exciting. He didn't have an agency before he started working with us and came in, and he's done some really great things. Another guy coming on is going to be Connor. We're hoping to get one of our guests, Jessica, to come in. She's more of a Facebook ads expert, but she works with Dov and has helped Dov. I was trying to get a couple other people. We'll see if they respond in time. We've had pretty incredible success with a lot of our bigger users as they come through our platform and learning one thing or the other. But all right, let's up the slide, bring in some guests, and we'll be right back.
I'm sweating so bad.
All right, so we got Dov. Let's rearrange this little screen. Here we go. That's let's see this one. There we go. Dov, go ahead and talk. Let's see if we can hear you.
Testing. Can you hear me?
I can hear you. Great. I'm assuming
I think I'm just using these little.
That's a nice flex.
Jessica's having a little trouble logging in.
Here. Let me just make sure. I want to make sure that I can hear you good and we're not reverberating, but you should be good to go. So you're seeing everything, right? Dov, you can see the questions and all that. I don't think we might have lost him here. He looked a little frozen. Oh, he's back. Can you
the questions?
There we go. Since we are slightly delayed, I've noticed that before. There is going to be a slight delay in you hearing us and us hearing you.
Yeah, for the questions, you may have to hit the upper right comment section.
We'll read the questions, so you'll be able to actually hear them. But do this while we wait for some of our next guests to come in. Dov, walk us through. I'm assuming you probably know why I asked you to be here. Tell the group a little bit about your experience from having come into Chatmatic to where you're at now and what results you've gotten for your clients have been.
All right, hold on a second. I'm just trying to get somebody else here on the call here. I've been using Chatmatic Messenger bots for quite a while, a couple of years now. And one of the things that we did this year was I used, can you guys hear me?
Yeah.
Yep.
Okay, sorry. So one of the things that I did was I combined Instagram with Messenger, and I put together I linked up with a professional photographer, and we put together a 7-month photography mentorship program, and I had an audience of about 18,000 passionate photographers on Instagram. And I did a I did a week-long promotion for this 7-month program on Instagram, and I just dropped an m.me link in my stories, and I told people about the program, and I just did the call to action, swipe up, and sure enough, I got 53 people to register. Made, I think it was, what was it? Like, I should have checked, but I think it was around $15,000 in less than 72 hours.
Wow.
With combining Instagram and Messenger, and just creating some cool little sequences in Chatmatic, yeah, with it just worked. It was awesome. It was really cool.
So and again, you know, we've been talking a lot about this, and we started with Messenger. We started talking about entry points and things like that. So I think it's important for all of you guys to understand what he did was understood his entry points, his Messenger entry points, and said, oh, I can get people from Instagram through an m.me link to join Chatmatic or to join, you know, my Messenger list. So that is what all of you guys should be thinking like is, hey, you know, this is how this is supposed to work, how I can get somebody into Messenger. So then what did that? And then what did you do after?
So after that, I started, I actually reviewed some of your what do you call it, in your agency program. So
the reverse
I
funnel
reviewed,
rollout, I believe, right?
Yeah, I reviewed the reverse funnel rollout and pretty much memorized it A to Z. And I reached out to friends and family, and I said, hey guys, do you know anybody who's running like an e-com store or who's selling stuff, you know, online? And sure enough, I had a friend who referred me to somebody, and I scheduled a meeting with this company. It's a jewelry company. They sell beads. They've got like over 30,000 beads in stock, and they sell beads primarily in the United States to like all these women who like making beading craft projects. And I pretty much verbatim just pitched Travis's reverse funnel rollout method to him. He understood it, and he was just like, okay, let's do it. And he loved the whole Messenger idea, because none of his competition is doing it, and he really likes trying new stuff. So it was kind of like, you know, a win-win situation there.
And so you and everybody here knows the reverse funnel rollout. We actually covered it at the beginning of this training.
Yeah. So I implemented all the steps. So we started out with all his warm traffic, and then and now we're slowly getting into cold traffic. But in the first 2 months with just Messenger ads, you know, going into Messenger, we generated him an extra $40,000.
Say that one again, because I think you cut out.
Oh, okay.
How much did you generate? You cut out right at the number. Right at the number, it cut out.
In 2 months, we generated $40,000. Just
40,000.
All with Messenger ads. That was it. With his warm traffic.
See, I'm telling you guys, this stuff works. Okay, 40,000 from warm traffic. This is money that he was not going to make without somebody like us helping. It's an incredibly big deal to offer this. And think about the steps. A lot of you guys are like, well, I just don't know. I don't know. He didn't know at the time what he was going to be able to do. He reached out to friends that said, hey, do you know anybody who might be interested? If you do, have them reach out to me. All of you guys can do exactly the same thing. And you probably are like, what is that? What do they call that? Like 7 steps of separation or whatever. You're probably not too far separated from somebody who runs a business or an e-commerce store or a local business or whatever. So that's incredible.
Yeah.
Come on. Right now, actually, we've got somebody else also running an agency. I don't know, Dob, you probably know Connor. Connor's with us now. You're live. So Connor, also one of the members of Chatmatic for a long time. I don't actually know what you've been able to do so far. And this is actually kind of a funny thing when it comes to people who are doing decent with Messenger, a lot of times I have to chase down because it's like, oh, I'm busy working. I don't need to tell you what I'm doing. So tell us a little bit, Connor, what your background is. Like, where did you come from? And what you're doing now with Messenger and so on.
For sure, yeah. And so I came from, and I'm still actually working a full-time job in the finance space for a big Fortune company. And so then this is Messenger, and Chatmatic has been a release in the more interesting and fun creative side for me. Using some of that finance stuff, I've been serving mostly in the loan officer space in terms of clients that I've been able to find. And working on getting an e-commerce client as well at the current moment. But in the mortgage loan officer space, I've been building out some systems and tools to be able to do both on the lead gen side and then really get people into applications and booking into loans now that the rates are so low. And so that's kind of where I've been at mostly through all the training that I've done with you, and then in leveraging Chatmatic for everything just to help them get higher qualified leads and get those leads faster through their funnels.
And one thing I would mention about Connor is about probably 60% of the new comments that come into our group, he's chiming in and messaging on them and answering questions. And I think I wanted to bring this up because I think it has to be a benefit to you knowing as much as you do about the software by getting in and getting your hands dirty and watching training videos. I mean, that has to make you feel more comfortable when you're having these conversations. What level, I don't know, scale of 1 to 10, do you think it attributes to what you're going to be able to do and what you've done, that you understand the tool that you're working with to the point where you can actually even help other people?
Yeah, no, so I'd say it's twofold on that one. One is the tool, and Chatmatic's super easy to learn. There's a small learning curve, but it's way easier than some of the other platforms. I've tried to learn just about all of them just to be aware of what's going on. But the way you've set up Chatmatic is just super simple and straightforward, especially in the 2.0 with just really like a 2-stage thing, right? Workflows and triggers. So just getting in and getting your hands dirty is number one, how to get up to speed. And there's no way around it. You can watch as much training as you want, but until you just go in and build, like you've been saying throughout the last 3 days, like that's the best way to learn. And then it grows that confidence. So if you're doing it even for yourself, just for fun, or for other people, like that'll be the number one way to get super confident in having those conversations. And then the second part is just knowing maybe general Messenger information and kind of what you're allowed to do, which you can do through some of the accelerator membership stuff if you get in on that lifetime deal, or through the book. I mean, even just going.
The Covert Influencer book, 60 book, for those of you guys who are starting from scratch, it's such an easy way to do it. Basically, what I did was I read all the Messenger documentation and all the rules, and I was like, well, everybody's asking all these different questions. I'll just point them to a book, and I'll write a book that summarizes it. So all of you guys who are in our memberships, you all have access to that book. It's free for you guys to read. But laying the groundwork. So that's why day one, that's what we did, was we laid the groundwork for what you can do in Messenger, some of the rules and so on. So that's awesome. I'm going to now bring in Jessica. There we go. Now we've got 5 of us. Jessica, just go ahead and say hi again so we can make sure we can hear you.
Hi, can you hear me now? Yeah, sorry, I had you guys on mute. All right, cool. What's going on, everybody? Thanks for having me.
So I wanted to make this sort of a and bring in people with different backgrounds. So but all still in this industry or world of the agency realm, because that's what we talked about today. That's what I want everybody here to have, that mindset going in, that like we as a group, but then we as the people who now have this information that, we know how to run campaigns into Messenger and basics on Facebook ads, that we have this solution for businesses, and that confidence level can go a long way. And so we obviously have Dov, who's had 2 different experiences with Messenger, being one from almost all viral traffic on Instagram to now running, campaigns and doing things with an e-commerce store. Connor, who's in the loan officer and lead generation space there. And then Jessica, fill us in on what your sort of background is as to why I would invite you here, obviously. And what obviously set the stage a little bit. Dov and Jessica have done some work together in their agencies, kind of going back and forth. So Jessica, kind of what's your background and what have you had some success with recently? I saw a message about you using one of our proposals to do something. So fill the group in on what you've been able to do as your agency, or what it is you do in total.
Yeah, for sure. So it started with me just trying to up my game with Facebook ads. That's my background mainly. So I noticed with one of the tools I was using that they were implementing Messenger. And then that's how I stumbled on Chatmatic. And then it was in tandem with me trying to figure out how to get my systems in place and also generate more leads. So that was kind of what got me into the Chatmatic community, was the agency, kind of the agency accelerator, actually. That's been my main foot in the door. Beyond the tech stuff and implementing the build outs in the software, like that came to me like clockwork. But what I really needed help on was kind of getting in front of more leads, presenting the service to them so they understood it, and actually being able to kind of get them results. So that kind of knocked that out for me in the accelerator, where I had the strategies. That was kind of what filled my gap. So that's kind of how I stepped in and helped out Dev with this e-com. And then what I do for my clients is I also help them build out essentially another channel for them to kind of leverage their marketing, their support, and their operations. But we go a little deep into the brand strategy and how it fits into their entire vision and mission for their business. And so that's kind of where I come in with that part, and then the ads for them. So
that's awesome.
How Chatmatic helped me out.
Not, one of the concepts that we've covered, obviously we covered in the accelerator, we've covered it in Chatmatic before, but one of the concepts, and I think you're a good testament to this, is the idea that you can, I got my other camera going there, is that you can go into other social worlds, other social elements, groups, where other people are, and have the genuinely open conversations. There are people in these groups looking for help, and you've kind of adopted this idea of seeing that, activating in these groups and saying, hey, I might be able to help you. I'll have a conversation, and that can either lead to, and maybe you can even go into a little bit of depth on that. Like, do you feel like those things either almost always, because I feel like they always end up in either a client or a referral to a client, or in some way it's like helping you buffer yourself. And I know, Connor, you've done some of that stuff before in other groups, and you've done some training too. But Jessica, what do you feel? I want you to kind of give a little piece of advice here. Do you feel like that's where you've gotten the majority of sort of your momentum, is engaging with other people in social, or were you finding better results using ads? What was kind of one of the things that ticked off for you?
100% social. That was it, because that was where I could leverage my knowledge. And people see that. And not only that, is I was kind of being so transparent that I was kind of given the lay of the land, and they were just like blown away. So like I would socially engage. Actually, I've 100% landed all of my clients in Messenger. I haven't had to run ads. Wow. I did the whole email marketing, and I was prepared to do that, but I haven't had to. It's just been engage, just show up as the expert, and then kind of also dumb down the process. And if you drop all the features and talk about the benefits and just really kind of dial it into their problem, and not kind of, Messenger is awesome and we get excited about it, and we could go on for days about how awesome it is, but it can go over their head. So just keeping it to the basics and just showing that you know what you're talking about, that's definitely been all that I've relied on right now. So that's it.
And that's crazy that there's and I mean, look at it from this perspective. I would say pretty much all three of you guys at whatever different levels of success. Connor's, I don't think it's a coincidence that his clients are in the niche that he's also working in. I think that's probably a testament to the fact that he's where he's engaging and where he's looking for his clients. I don't think that it's a coincidence that Dov said, hey, friends, tell me if you know anybody who I might be able to help. There's so many client relationships that are started from cold outreach like what Dob did, or from using a warm network like Connor probably has done, or like what you have done, go on social and just let people know, hey, I may not be the number one expert. And that's what I think a lot of people get confused on, is like, you don't have to be the best at Facebook ads, but if you understand more than what the person you're talking to does, you're enough of an expert that it makes sense. And it's the same thing with Messenger. And what's great is over the course of the 3 days of this training, everybody's learned more than we were just talking about the stat before we brought you on. There's a stat that says that 0.56% of all websites have a Facebook pixel on them. So that means obviously 99.46 or 44% of websites don't. And I was saying, what do you think that percentage is of people that have messenger automations? It's got to be 0.001%.
100%.
And so if that's the case, everybody here now knows more than 99.999% of businesses. And that makes you more qualified. And what I love is you've got Dobbs' sort of interesting e-commerce case study about helping this guy with beads. That same information and those same campaigns translate into how Connor gets success for mortgage loan officers. And it's the same principle that, you'll be able to use in your Facebook ad strategies. So I think that stuff is what I would love to do is go back through Dob, Connor, and then Jessica. And I would love it if you would give everybody here one piece of advice that they would take out of not necessarily this training, but one piece of advice that you think this was a big tipping point for me. I know, Dob, you've already mentioned in a previous video that the reverse funnel rollout video is one that you would recommend everybody watch, but give everybody a tip aside from that. That's like an action point or something that you think has led to you having more confidence or getting more success. Tell them a little bit about one tip, strategy, suggestion that can help them get over the hump or get some action going on.
I would say if you guys haven't reviewed Travis's reverse funnel rollout method, review it, memorize it, and start structuring it in a way so that like you get it and like you're able to explain it to prospective clients. And I would say be consistent. When it comes to outreach and finding clients, I think too many of us give up too early. So I would say just don't give up and just remain consistent. And whether that's through organic traffic, joining groups. I know Jessica's been doing that a lot. She's been joining groups and picking up, clients that way and just talking to people. So I would say join in and as many groups as you can and network that way. Or do what I did, like just make a list of like people that like a lot of us I think take for granted that that it's there, but like we don't realize it and we don't end up doing it. Like we end up trying to figure it out the hard way. There's a much easier way to do it, and it's just like get a pen and paper, write down everybody that family, friends, whoever you met at this function, wherever, and just reach out to them and like ask them if they need help or maybe if they know somebody that could use help. I think that's my biggest piece of advice that I can.
I think that's
give
great.
out right now.
I think it's the advice like that is always something that resonates with me, which is just do it, which is kind of very much the advice. Whatever your excuse is probably not that good of an excuse. Put yourself to the test. Put yourself out there, and I think that it is in a lot of ways priceless. I would say, and just be consistent. Do it every day for like set aside 1 hour, 60 minutes every single day, Monday through Friday, doing outreach. Whether it's through groups, through Instagram DMs. There's so many different places. LinkedIn. There's so many places that you guys can like find people and companies who need marketing services and who want to make who want to generate more revenue. We talked about 10 strategies earlier today in this video. We talked about 10 strategies to find clients, and we didn't even mention some of the ones that you just did. So that's definitely going to be another talking point. And I think with some good questions coming in, what I want to do is, instead of having you guys give your tips, Jessica and Connor, we'll wait that till the end. We've got some pretty solid questions, one for Jessica and one for Connor. So I think it's a good way to transition into you guys. Connor, we've got a question. Mortgage, let's see what this question pop up. The mortgage industry is sensitive to compliance. Do you run into their concerns?
Yeah, so I think this question actually is good for just everybody in general, as part of the things to keep in consideration when you're working with clients, especially within anything like the, say, dental, like big niches that everybody like goes after, say dentists, healthcare, finance, anything. They all have their own kind of concerns in terms of compliance and data requirements. So that'd be one thing to add to your, again, in the build your box method, the restrictions that you might have, or like roadblocks, and just keep those things in compliance. Usually the clients know way more than you could as the agency about the legal compliance, and they usually have really good systems in place. So far, I haven't had too much, had to learn too much about the specific requirements for these mortgage loan officers, but ask those questions along the way to make sure that they know that you're aware that those exist, number one, and then make sure that if they do have compliance things, say if they're in, I know GDPR is a big one for data in general, right, in Europe. If there's little things you can do along the way to try to make sure you're compliant, be it something in the message, just making sure that their data is used right, or make sure that you have a system in place with the team to delete information in the right way. And it's really about just clear communication. So on the finance side, like when we're doing these qualification bots, which is the primary use case we first implement in our reverse rollout, is just pre-qualifying people that are already interested in booking appointments.
Mm-hmm.
And when we're asking them questions, we're leaving things a little more broad to make sure that we're not getting so niche down into like your exact credit score so that it's that personalized. We're keeping things a little broader with like quick replies that have broad categories instead. So it's a little mix of ways to do it, but it's definitely a consideration for all.
Speaking
all
on
niches,
that topic too, when this was 2 years ago or so, I was actually onboarding an e-commerce client, and I was having this conversation with this guy who was like, look, I'm kind of in a tough niche. And I was like, well, he said, I'm kind of in a tough niche, a sensitive niche. Or no, he said at first, I'm in a tough niche. And I was like, well, what's your niche? And he said, we only specialize in selling plus size clothing to women. And so throughout, I knew that was his niche, and I didn't say anything ahead of time, or like immediately. But throughout the point of our call, at one point I said something. I'll tell you what I said, but I want to tell you what he said to my response as I said this. He goes, he was like, stop right there. He's like, what you just said, the rest of this conversation is done. Let's do it. He was like, you're the first person who's ever said this. And what I said was, and this goes to what Connor's point was, I said, look, I'm going to need some help from some people on your team, because I'm not a woman, first off, but I do know that there's sensitivities languages that I can't use, and things that I can't say or shouldn't say, but need to be sensitive to before we make this bot. I don't want to write a bot in my language that might not, have those sensitivities taken into play. I don't know what to and what not to say. And immediately after, he was like, stop. The rest of this conversation is good. He's like, I've never talked to an advertising company that's ever said that. Never thought about my clients. They've never thought about the way that relationship comes across. And think about it. We're having, in some of our bot sequences, you're going to have 10 opportunities to make a mistake, right? 10 messages in a sequence. And then also, even in front of that, the ad itself might have a potential mistake in it. And so I do think there's so much that you can do, just being sensitive and informed on the topic of like, who am I speaking to? What's important to them? And how do I make sure that I don't screw that up? And Connor's point was great. Like, ask those questions ahead of time. Let them know you're thinking about that stuff ahead of time. So at least they have the chance to say, hey, this is not cool. Like, this isn't how we want to do that. Or like, no, we can't say that kind of thing. Like, especially in your niche, if we're just being marketers, which marketers, our job is to push the envelope and like get as much and get it fast and get as cheap. Our whole thing would be like, oh man, it's super high value to get somebody's social security number. Let's just bang and let's ask for social security numbers. And like, if that's all we cared about and you didn't think about compliance and issues, there would be marketers doing that. And that leads to oh, hey, the company that was running these ads is getting sued and what's going on. And so asking those questions ahead of time of every one of your clients, like, it actually makes you look good and professional. You're thinking 3 weeks down the line instead of having to be reactive. I think that's a phenomenal thing I've personally never thought of, but when working with clients, it is important. It happens more naturally, I think, when you've done some of these bots. But I always use the example of, like, if you asked LeBron James to teach you how to dribble, he might not know the drills that he did when he first learned to dribble, right? Because he's now so good, it's like ridiculous. That's kind of a metaphor, so to speak. I don't know if he's not really great handles. You know, he doesn't have great handles. He's good. But it's when you get to a certain level of experience, you forget how to do the basics. And so it comes naturally to me now. But Connor, that's a great point. If you're just starting your agency, ask those questions, do that stuff. And I saw somebody said loan officers and realtors will be in close contact with NAR and MBA to let you know what needs to be done and added to the verbiage. So yeah. So Jessica, I'll ask you 2 questions real quick. One was, and I want you to be vague on this one because I don't want you to give away any like of your actual like working secrets, but which group types give you the most traction? I don't want you to be like, oh, go into this group and say this, because then that would take people away from you. And I want everybody to know, I hope that she's vague in this, because it's stupid to come onto a free training where you get nothing out of it and tell everybody, you should go in this group and tell them, you know, take all my clients.
Yeah, no, I could definitely give you my overarching strategy, which is invest in your business. So invest in a community that is going in the same direction that you're trying to go in, whether that's a skill you're trying to learn in, and implement the covert influencer strategy that way. If you're an action taker and if you're investing in yourself, you're going to align yourself with people who are doing the same thing. So you want to network with those type of people. So those are the type of groups I'm in right now. And then I can also kind of pinpoint, just using a few tips again that Travis, you gave in the accelerator to look for when you're looking for the type of groups that you want to learn. So the answers are actually in your course, but that's also my one tweak that I did. Was I just leveraged the groups that are on their game and about their business, and they're taking into consideration the quality of the content that they're sharing with each other. So,
and then also I think what goes to that point is what she's talking about with like aligning yourself with what direction you want to go in. I think there's 2 really great points there. One is that requires you to have the foresight to know where you're going. So meaning right now I'm a newbie with Facebook. So right now I would join newbie for Facebook groups, but that's not where you're going. Where you want to go is Facebook advertising expert. So join expert groups because other people who want to be there are also in that group. Mm-hmm. And that's where you start to get some help. But a lot of you guys are going to be looking for local business clients. So going into a Facebook ads group to try to find local business clients is dumb. They're not going to be in those groups, or there'll be very, very small numbers of them. You need to go into local business groups, or if you're looking for e-commerce, it would be e-commerce groups. And you can get very granular. And I'd love to, Jessica, what do you think? Do you think it's better to go into incredibly specific groups or big, massive 100 posts a day groups?
Definitely not the 100 posts a day. No,
I agree.
Never, ever. I'm not even involved in those, to be honest with you. Yeah. I vote those like the plague. Because I know from my background in affiliate marketing, like what's going on in those groups. And I know just from me, like I know they're outsourcing their groups to other people and letting them run those kind of posts. So it's no point. It's
100%.
No point. Someone's making money off of it anyway, and it won't be you. So no, just don't do it.
100%. And also a lot of you guys have joined courses, joined masterminds, bought products, bought programs. And so you get access to their private groups. And one thing that I've had a ridiculous amount of success with, and I'm not afraid to admit this, is I've probably had, I can tell you without a doubt, I've made over $100,000 doing this. And this is exactly what she just said. But I went into groups of products that I have purchased, and I make a post about how successful I am in their group. Like, so it's no secret, I've done over like $3 million in Kartra. So there's a lot of people who use Kartra. So I'll post a screenshot of my success in Kartra and talk about and give some really epic advice, like something great. Like, okay, I know a lot of you guys are wondering how to get over that 7-figure mark. Here's 5 pieces of advice that can help you get there. Now, you got to know your lane. Don't go into Chatmatic group and be like, here's how you can make $1 million using Chatmatic, because nobody's going to take you seriously unless you've done that. In which case, I would be handing you a briefcase of money if you've made $1 million in Chatmatic and you were going to give me that testimonial. I'd love to hear it. But I made my post, and it was genuinely just for value. It was like, hey, add this autoresponder. Make sure you're taking advantage of sequences and make sure you're tracking your numbers. Real value. And people saw that and they were like, holy crap, this is great value. Guess what happened to my personal Facebook page? It blew up. 200 friend requests. You know, I've got people commenting on my posts now. Now, the next time I go on Facebook and I post a thing that says, we just released the next Chatmatic 2.0, the people that I wanted to join Chatmatic are now following my free advertisements on my personal Facebook page. But I'm doing it by building value. Every single one of you guys has that ability to be able to do that, where, you know, Dov could go into e-commerce groups if he wanted more e-commerce clients and be like, you know, here's a great case study of how to use Messenger. And I actually talked a little bit about this before. You guys weren't here, but 2 days ago, I was speaking at a 9-person mastermind digitally via Zoom. And I just shared my best campaigns, my e-commerce campaigns. I literally showed them a breakdown of these campaigns. I didn't ask anyone to reach out to me. I didn't sell anything, offer anything. I just said, hey, here's the best campaigns. I hope you guys use them and benefit from them and love them. Trent was there, right? That's exactly what I did.
Yeah.
Literally, out of the 9 people, 2 of them have already emailed him and said, we want to work with you. Can we hire you to build our bots? Because people don't want to learn from you and then have to learn the thing all over again and experience for themselves. You put your experience in, and that's what you're going to be able to, you'll be able to get these clients out or get relationships out. So Jessica could go into a group and be like, here's a phenomenal tip for anybody looking to generate more revenue in Q4. Give them the tip. Use this ad, do this audience, create this. 3 to 5 people in the right group will reach out and be like, hey, can you help me with that?
Hands down. 100%. And that's happened literally. I literally gave a strategy, and this guy, he said, I saw your comment. They always say, I saw you commenting, and I have message requests all day about just delivering value. So that's exactly how it works.
And you don't have to do any advertising. You don't have to do any hard stuff. And now here's a question, and I don't want to do this to make my head any bigger than it already is, because Dov already mentioned that he took one of my strategies and used that to sell somebody. I guess my question is, have any of you guys used one of my methods as a way to aside from Dov, who we already know that, but like Jessica, have you been in a group before and been like, hey, here's this reverse funnel rollout, or like something, and I don't care if you have, because I tell you to do it. But have you ever used one of those in a conversation or something that somebody here might already know that helped you leverage getting a client? You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, 100%. I just did it recently. So you'd be surprised, because Messenger is an organic tool, technically, right? It's a Facebook tool on Facebook we can use organically. About 100% of the social media agencies don't know how to build bots.
100%.
So I literally broke down the buyer thank you strategy for whoever had an e-com client, and they ate it up. So yeah, the buyer thank you was one. And then the create your box has been my go-to analogy, because it kind of simplifies how to qualify a client for those kind of people. So those have been my 2 strategies that have been just my go-to. For sure.
And so for everybody who's here in the comment section, do me a favor, give me a 1 if you were here and you saw the buyer thank you ad training that we did, because now you know that. And give me a 2 if you saw the build your box strategy, because we also trained on how to do that while we were on these 3-day trainings. So it's funny. People think that I did this 3-day training as a way of like, just having a training or whatever. People don't realize I had to rebuild all of those trainings into Chatmatic 2.0. And so I took the best ones, the ones that successful people are using, and I made that my agenda for this 3 days. So some of the videos, you're like, didn't need to redo that one, so I'm going to leave that one where it is. But every single method that has been mentioned by these guys is one that was taught in this 3 days, which I think is absolutely incredible. It's funny. I'm glad that it worked out that way, where what I thought was the most successful stuff, the stuff that I hear the most about and that resonates, was actually that case. Connor, have you had that experience where you've used a method, a technique, a proposal, and it actually played out?
For sure. No, and it kind of covers the board, like all 3 of the ones that have been mentioned before. So the reverse funnel rollout really is, in terms of like mapping out strategies for people on sales call, it works like gangbusters. It's just silly because most firms that are coming out and trying to like sell somebody are going to start with this cold marketing, because that's really what Facebook ad agencies start with, is this big targeting stuff. But you can get them a result like the same day if you just start with the low hanging fruit. And so that just resonates with those people really quickly. And then to Jessica's point, most of the people that I've worked with actually have their own internal full marketing staff. So I don't actually run any ads, but they have zero clue about Messenger at all. And even just the stuff in these 3 days is 100% more than almost anybody I've talked to on the phone knows. And so when you start to say, well, this is how it kind of ties in, and then I'm bolting on Messenger into your overall strategy, it just is just too easy in terms of getting the value across to them. So all 3 of those, and then even that sales strategy, I think I jumped on a little early and you were going through like a little riff with Trent on the sales strategy, and that kind of back and forth and treating it more like a diagnosis kind of conversation really will help on the sales side too. And I've used that.
That's perfect. I like hearing that, because what I wanted to get out of that question is a lot of people will overestimate what they need to know before getting started and working with people. And they'll say, well, I don't know enough. Well, I've not done this. Well, I've not done that. And I just think it's interesting that, like, especially to get that first one, all of you guys have the tools that you need. You have the tool literally in Chatmatic, especially if you've jumped in on our unlimited deal, but then you have the training in the accelerator, which again, same thing, are proposals pre-written for you so you can send to clients, and the information in that training that you can then use. And here's what I think is different about me than a lot of other people. I give this information out now free on trainings like this so that you can use it, and so that you can go to a client and be like, oh, you guys aren't doing the reverse funnel rollout? Ah, that's weird, and use it and talk to people about it and make posts in group about it, because the whole idea is I am the CEO of a software company, not an information company. I just happen to be leading a software company with a marketing brain, so I can bring you guys stuff. I need you to use it. I want you to use it. I love hearing that somebody sent a proposal verbatim to a client and got them to sign the deal within 24 hours. I love hearing that a Facebook ad strategy that we use when I do it live. Sometimes I do these videos with like 9 people on, and maybe one of those times Jessica was watching and she saw my training and was like, oh, that's the thing, and then implemented it. So it's great to know that these little things are they accumulate and they can add up, and eventually you kind of build your own little tool set of things that I'm putting out and making available to you. It's just on you to decide which one you use. Jessica, I would say that you're probably more less in the Facebook Messenger implementation and more into the Facebook ads, it seems like. Connor's obviously in multiple realms, working more in the e-commerce space, but also has the full-time job that he's still leveraging that. So this is definitely still solid side hustle. And then Dav is going into multiple different realms. I mean, he's kind of did what I do in my agency, which is, look, I know how to work with pretty much anybody. I can help whoever needs help. I want to be able to give that to them. So it's just such a unique and different path that you guys can take. I talked about right before you guys got on, I was talking to them about how to make $1 million taking this information, packaging it into a $500 course, then packaging the real help, like the one-on-one, into a coaching program. And that can be $1 million product a year. It takes some time to put it together. You're not going to be number one right away, but you can absolutely get there. I do see a question. What you are, I don't know who's for, Richard, you can tell us who you're asking. What if you're targeting a tech backwards niche, so backwards that there are no groups on Facebook for them? So we'll let Jessica take this one. I have some answers, but I think it'd be cool to hear some brainstormed ideas from such a great panel. So we'll let everybody kind of take it. What would you do if you, first off, my answer really quickly, don't go after tech backwards niches. Go after the ones that it's going to be easy for you to get results. But if you're going after, and we're talking to somebody who has some, deficiencies when it comes to tech, would you, so I guess the question is easy. Would you just avoid those niches altogether? My guess is probably yes for all of you guys. Or do you have any specific advice you'd like to give him? Jessica, you take it. We'll go to Connor and then Dov.
Depends on why they feel like they need to be in the tech, first of all. So if they feel like they need to improve something, then I'd probably try to solve that first. And then I would introduce the tech as a solution. So I wouldn't even focus on them being tech backwards. I'd focus on them being low on sales, wanting more leads, whatever their outcome is. So I wouldn't even, because once they get paralyzed in the tech part, there's no coming out of that. So unless you have a program that you want to position as a software like Travis is, I wouldn't even worry about the tech part. Just worry about what they want to solve. And that's it.
That's a good point. Yeah. Connor.
No, that's an awesome way to go about it. In terms of like finding clients in the sales aspect, really understanding their pain point is going to be the thing that differentiates there. And usually they're paying you as a service provider not to care about the tech because they don't have the time or the desire to learn it and do it, right? So they want you as the expert. So that aspect's not there. And then for that specific question, I think it would depend on exactly kind of the niche, because even if you think something, it's probably hard to find a niche these days that has zero tech, right? Because it's almost impossible to exist without some kind of tech. So even if they're a little adverse to learning it, it would probably be pretty easy to get them on board with something. So
Dov, I think first off, Connor, that's a great question, or a great answer to that question. Dov, take this one. I think this is such a perfect question to roll over to you. Is the Facebook Messenger bot agency a scalable type of business? As somebody who's done this now with, yourself, obviously made a decent amount of money doing it for yourself, kind of, but you were helping somebody else, and now working with an e-commerce client. How do you feel about the scalability of being able to do this? And somewhat specific, how do you feel like it would do if you were doing 5 clients, 10 clients? Do you feel like it'd be too much at what level?
Oh, can you guys still hear me?
Yep.
Okay. It's totally scalable. One of the reasons why it's scalable is because nobody's really doing it. So that's kind of like your twist. That's kind of like what differentiates you between other agencies that are like probably going after them at the same time, where you come in and you can say, hey, I have something different. I have something unique. And it works, and you just explain like the benefits and how it's going to work and why it works and how they can generate, how this potential client can generate more sales. So it's totally scalable, 100%.
From a workload,
what was the second part of the question?
From a workload position, how do you feel of the scalability of it? So you're one person, you might have a team, but scalability from the individual, I'm running my own business. How many clients do you think, this is a great question, I'm going to ask everybody this, doing what you do, how many clients do you think you could have before it's too overwhelming and you lose sight of the mission?
I think you could take on, I would say probably around I would say probably around maybe 8 to 10 in my book, because it's all front end work. You simply just set it up. You set your bots up, your bots up, your Facebook ads up, and so you spend a couple hours doing that, and it's just all front end loaded work. And then all you're doing the rest of the time is just making sure things are running, and sales are coming in, and everything's working. And after that whole front end work is done, you're just tweaking and refining what you just did.
I gotta say something too about that. Oh, not about that. I know I'm interrupting you and you're on a delay, but I got to say something that I just can't get off my mind about. That has nothing to do with what we're talking about, but I had to say it before I forgot. Is tell me, guys, am I the only one that thinks that Dov looks like Lin-Manuel Miranda?
That looks like someone all the time. I love Dov's different looks.
That's fair.
It just hit me, and you kind of sound like him. I definitely think you look a little bit like him. I can't be the only one.
A month ago, I looked like a drug lord. My hair was down here. Cartel,
straight up narcos. Yeah, straight up.
I didn't cut my hair until March. I just got a haircut.
But has anybody ever said that to you, that you look like him, or am I the only person who said it?
You're the first.
Okay, well, hey, I look forward to seeing you on Broadway, but I hate to say it before I ended up forgetting, but I do think it's great. I actually agree with you completely that 8 is doable for most people. If you're onboarding all of their work in the same month, I think 8 to 10 is probably the peak of what you're going to get. But once they're onboarded, and I think great way to test, be a testimony for this is, Dov, give or take, how much time do you spend per client per month? Per client per week once they're up and running?
Not much, it's just each one, it's like a couple of minutes a day, just checking their Facebook ads, making sure things are performing, things like that. It's just a couple minutes.
Going in the ad portion of the process, you would agree ads mostly automated, run 24/7 kind of thing. Like you obviously know Facebook ads a little bit better than most people watching. So that's the whole point of Facebook ads, right? Like be automated and not have to be the one manually doing all of this. So front end setup, a little bit of time. You guys have seen me create ads on this training, but you think that's fair? 8 to 10, one person workload. Once you understand and get familiar with it, how long would you say it would take someone to get comfortable with Facebook ads to the point where it's fluid?
Conservatively, probably about 3 months. If you want to go hard, you could go in within 7 days. You just have to have the I hate to put it this way, but common sense, just to kind of just look at the resources, understand that you got to click around first, because you can read as much and you can study as much as you want to, but until you put some money in the platform and actually run the ads and learn how to dial in your messaging and present your offer congruently with your audience, it's just all the studying and trying to learn the nifty tips and tricks it's not worth it. You could really just go in and just figure it out. But I know it's scary when there's money involved. So 3 months conservatively, that's kind of how I did. I got paid to learn. So, I mean, there's ways to do it.
Yep.
So it's just
all of this. We should all be looking to do something where we're getting paid to learn, because it's either going to be a free trial to a client and you're going to learn, or it's going to be, hey, I'll charge you a little bit less and you're going to learn. I saw some other questions, like John Marie asked a question that actually goes back to our first day of training, images or video. Go back to what Rory said. I don't know if you guys caught that or not. Rory actually came on and had talked about his $350,000 month with 2 campaigns in Chatmatic. So that's an epic one. But what I want to do, instead of ending on sort of random questions that may or may not have been covered over the last 3 days. I have some interesting questions for the 4 guests that we have. Trent, you're included here.
All right.
We're going to start with Connor, Jessica, Dov, and Trent. We're going to switch it up. I've got some hot seat questions to ask you guys. So, first question, Connor, what's the first thing you buy if you win the lottery?
Ooh.
Wow.
That's a good question.
Round the world plane ticket. Yeah.
Oh,
There it
round
is.
world plane ticket. I like that. So see, we get a little bit of a insight as to the motivation as to why you're doing this.
Yep. Time freedom is one of my motivations. So, and travel in general and stuff.
I
It's
agree with it
freedom.
100%. That's why I sold everything and moved to Hawaii. Time free.
I know. I'm almost there. San Diego's pretty close, but not quite far.
Yeah, San Diego is great. It's definitely would have been top of my list if it wasn't in California.
Exactly. Can't help it though.
But it is what it is. Jessica, question. What 3 words would you use to describe yourself?
Oh gosh. Inspired, grounded, and smart. Yep.
I like it.
That would be me.
That's a good one. I like it. Okay, so Trent, if you had lived another life, what would you be doing?
Winning the lottery.
No, no. Career-wise, you can't make a career out of that.
Like a professional golfer would be really cool.
Okay.
So all you have to do is golf and make like
He's definitely not good enough to be one
millions
in
of
this
dollars.
world. So
Oh, I knew he was gonna say something like that. I don't know. I think that's a cool thing to make a bunch of money and just travel around. And
I'll
go
tell
with
you
that.
my answer to that question is really easy, and it's heartbreaking in a sense because I answered this question before he passed away, but I would have been Anthony Bourdain.
Oh, are we picking a person or are we
No,
picking,
but
okay.
that would have been
Okay.
my job or what I would have wanted to do.
That's cool.
I would have been like, yo, let me travel the world, eat cool food, drink wine with people, and stay in sick hotels and review them for TV. This is my life.
Yeah,
I want
that's dope.
that life. Like, wow, what more could you ask for? So, Dov, question for you. If
Yeah.
you could meet and sit down with and have dinner with one person, dead or alive, who is it and what do you ask them? What's the one question you ask them?
Probably Warren Buffett. And I would ask him, how did you do it?
Okay, that's a loaded question.
Yeah.
Hopefully it's a long dinner. I don't know that you're going to be able to get much out of that answer.
Yeah.
I want to actually hear that question roll around the table here. Connor, what's your answer to that question? You get to sit down with and have dinner with one person, and what's the one question you ask them?
Ooh. I think, given the current path I'm on, I would go with someone like a Tony Robbins and ask him a question of, what was the number one thing you did to start out that made the biggest difference when you were moving from just being an initial coach to being this ultimate coach? What was that breaking point that really made the transition?
I think a lot of his big move was when he started building his reputation as himself in other spaces, like when he started doing movies, things like that. But he was big before that, obviously. Super funny. The first job that I ever had, I got hired by this guy named Tom Bell, who worked for Sean Casey, who back in the day was he's like an OG internet marketer. And Tom Bell was a previously homeless guy who, like, big time smoker. He writes copy, but he lives in the Philippines. He's all over the place. Good guy, genuinely nice guy. But he paid like $60,000 to be in Tony Robbins' like silver inner circle thing, and went to Necker Island with him and was like apparently supposed to be close with him. But that was like, he had already done that before I ever even heard of the internet. So that had to have been 15, 16 years from now ago. So he's definitely, Tony Robbins has been doing this for so long. So I do think that's an interesting question. Like, what's one little thing that you could do or did, and would you do it again now? I think that's another interesting question. Like in 2020, would that same thing that worked then, would that work now? Tony Robbins is.
No, that's a good twist on it for sure.
Are you looking to get into the coaching space?
I think as one avenue, yeah, get into coaching and sharing and helping people move along in their journeys too.
You reach out to me because we're going to be running a new coaching program with Chatmatic, more of a one-on-one coaching program. And I'm looking for people that we can bring in to help me with that coaching. And I actually, no joke, I reached out to you recently, said, what do you do for a living? Because I was curious as to whether or not you'd be somebody who'd be interested in that. So if you are, let us know. There's some cool opportunity in that.
For sure.
Maybe that's the moment that you can jumpstart your coaching business.
There you go.
So Jessica, same question. Sitting down at dinner with one person, who is it and what do you ask?
Oh, gosh, I dread this question all the time. I think where I'm at right now, I really want to talk to Oprah. Like, as a cliche as that sounds, like I really need to get homegirl's strategy. Like, I don't care what she gives me, I'm going to soak it all in. That's the one.
I don't think it's corny. I think that Connor's person is right along the same lines as yours, like motivational, upbeat, top of the world type of person. So I don't think it's cheesy at all. Trent. Oh no. So what? Oh yeah. And what's the question that you ask?
Oh, the question. If I had 4 critical hours to get something done in a day, what would I need to do first? I'd probably ask her that. If I have 4 hours to do something monumental for my business, what does that need to be?
Thankfully, you're sitting at dinner with them, so the chances are you'll be able to ask them more than one question.
Right.
You won't just get one question. It'll be an awkward dinner. Like, okay, I answered that question, but it is hard to think about the one question you would ask somebody. But I think that's a good one. I like that, but it made me instantly think, like, oh, I bet you would be cool to hear about, like, what was her morning routine like, or daily routine like when she was like growing and getting into the grind of it. Like, was there something that she was like, I never substituted this, or I always did that? That'd be really cool to see. Like, how did you get clear on your vision? But you only get one question, so you don't get to go all the way.
Yeah, but that would have been a good one too.
Yeah. So Trent, you're sitting down at dinner, one person, who is it?
Yeah, I've had to sit on this question for a while now, and I keep flipping back and forth. But I guess like Nikola Tesla, just asking, like, how did you do what you did?
Yeah,
I don't know. Like, what do you ask a genius like that? I think they're cool.
I think I would find myself sitting at a table with most likely Elon Musk, just because the questioning afterwards, the conversation itself would be so off the scale that, like, he's also an on the level guy, meaning like he can come down to my level and talk and chill and whatever. But I would probably ask him like, something of a productivity question, or like, what do you think? What do you think is different about you than everybody else? Why do you think the way that you do? Because you created a freaking space company. You created an electric car company when everybody else said you were crazy. And now you're one of the 6 richest people on the planet. You must be thinking differently. What do you think that is? So last question for everybody is, we're talking to you in 5 years. You're introducing yourself. What do you say? Dav, you're first up.
The question was what? We're talking to you in 5 years?
You're talking to, I'm interviewing you again in 5 years, or I'm talking to you in 5 years, and I say, oh, hey, everybody, this is Dav. I'm going to let him introduce himself. What are you going to tell us about your life at that point? What are you doing then? What is your business look like?
I would say, I would say, hey,
good start.
Say, hey guys, I run one of the top messenger agencies in the country.
I love it. I think that's great.
Yeah.
Hey, it can be that simple, and how we get there is by getting more and bigger clients. So I think that's great. Connor, same question. 5 years from now, it's hard to pinpoint 5 years because time seems to fly. But 5 years from now, you're introducing yourself. What's your accolades?
Oof. And time is flying, especially in this COVID year. I feel like this year's gone by too fast. In 5 years from now, though, I would start with hi, right? Just to copy Dom. But no, I'd introduce as I'm here and I help entrepreneurs and achieve their goals what do I want to say? Shoot. I help entrepreneurs and business and coaches achieve the goals that they thought they weren't able to achieve.
I like that. Accomplish the unaccomplishable.
Yeah. So it's all limiting beliefs that stop us from doing it. Even now with my side hustling on this stuff,
Yep.
The consistency Dov was mentioning earlier and stuff, it's all just things that I'm stopping myself from achieving. Like it's super easy to achieve things. So
100%. And then also, and I have another point to that same topic, but there's a reason that I asked this question as basically our last question. But I do think it's definitely doable. Obviously transition from where you're at into being able to help businesses. And I think a lot of people here, I'd love to see in the comments, 5 years from now, we're interviewing you. What is your answer? Answer that question in the comments. While Jessica, what is your answer to that question? 5 years from now, we're interviewing you, and you're telling us what you are, who you are. Go.
Okay, so I want to be a growth strategist. That's the path I'm on right now. And also I want to be a business coach. Thanks to Dove, he finally made me pull the trigger. So that's where we're at. So I will have sold a few businesses or help people build a few multi-million-dollar businesses by then. And yeah, I've dialed in everything at that point. Like I'm literally, the last thing I need to do is learn how to do analytics, and I'm done. I know everything there is to digital marketing. So
analytics is an amazing thing to get good at. It extends way past obviously just Facebook ads analytics. It obviously extends into business analytics, and there's a lot that you can look into and get very in depth on. So that's going to be a big one, but I definitely think it'll be good. Trent, 5 years from now.
Yeah, it's pretty crazy how this answer changed in like the course of 3 years, but I've loved working at Chatmatic and like that SaaS. Having a SaaS company, I think would be awesome. I don't know what it is yet or what it would entail, but I think owning or partly owning a SaaS company would be awesome. So I know
I like that.
It's not like
SaaS
introducing myself very well, but I guess where I see myself, something along those lines.
Hey, I like it. 5 years from now, I've sold 2 different companies, multi-million dollars, helped a lot of people. That's where I'm going to go. I don't know that I actually have a huge goal. I've gotten identified in my business where like I know now what I like doing is stuff like I enjoy doing stuff like this. I've thought a lot of times like about just shutting it all down and doing a wine vlog or something, but I totally think that like it would be, Trent will be the taco king. I definitely think that I'm always going to want to help individuals achieve goals of things that they didn't know they could achieve, reaching high levels of things that maybe they didn't even expect for themselves. And there's somebody else who's hopping on here at the end of this, but I think I probably will have sold a software company or 2 by then. And I already have ideas for other companies that we're going to be trying to work on creating and whatnot. But I mean, we've even with Trent's thing, I like the idea of being able to help the people who have those goals I like the idea of being able to help them accomplish those goals too, and being a part of that thing. So like helping Dov become the best messenger agency is something that I will do out of me wanting to just help them get what it is that he wants to get. So I think there's definitely a lot of that we all kind of share with. I was reading some of the comments. It looks like there's a lot of people who are setting goals. The reason that I asked that question. Oh, go ahead. Somebody was saying something, but.
Oh no, you're good. I was just saying that's good. They're setting goals. That's important.
That's the reason that I actually asked that question, was because I wanted everybody who's here to understand that to get where you want to go, you've got to be crystal clear on where you want to go. And I think if you can't answer that question of where am I in 5 years, you're not crystal clear on where you want to go. And I didn't believe in that. And I've never been big into like the personal development space and all of that stuff. But I do believe that if you don't know where you're going, you don't know how to get there. And if you're not crystal clear on that, then there's honestly just no way that you're going to be able to achieve that result that you want to get to. Because it's like, okay, I just want to make a lot of money. Okay, doing what? You can't just say I want to make a lot of money, or I want to build a business, or I want to do this. It's what do you want to be? And so, Connor wants to help entrepreneurs so now he knows I need to go after entrepreneurs. Here's my what I'm going to be offering, things like that. So I think all of that is super important. And we've got this surprise last minute guest, another Chatmatic user, just to add to the plethora of our roundtable here. Jamar's hopping on. Jamar
What's
just
going
texted
on?
and said, Travis, let me on this call.
I got some fire testimonials for you guys, man.
Dude,
I'm so
I
excited.
love that you've also got like a candle lit in the background.
Yes.
Like he is not playing around, folks.
I am not playing, bro. I got the DSLR streaming. Listen, I've been hunkered down since we last connected, Travis, since I went all in with the agency. And I was like, listen, I went live with you earlier this year, right before COVID, right? And I got some momentum. And then, one of my clients, they had to pull the plug on the operation because of things that happened in and around COVID, right? So I was kind of like, okay, what am I going to do? What am I going to do? And so months went by and I'm sitting on things and I've got all this information that Travis has bestowed upon me. And finally, I saw another one of Travis's offers and I was like, this is it. I'm going to commit. And so since I've committed, Travis, I have 8 active clients that I'm doing operations with Chatmatic. One of my clients in particular, it's only been 2 weeks of running ads. I've generated over 234 leads at a clip of 69 cents per lead because of the messenger. And client is ecstatic. He's already paid up for the next month. We're game planning, we're talking. And so I've got a nice little funnel set up where today alone, I've had 10 calls with prospective clients. 80% of them are e-commerce. About 20% of them are service-based and like realtors. But I, understanding the different inputs into Chatmatic, I only sell them on one to start with because I don't want to. Those other ones are add-ons for later. But literally, I feel like I can see a clear path to, like you said, about 8 to 10 new clients every month onboarding because it takes time to onboard. One of my prospective clients today, she has a serum, like a skincare business down in Orange County. And she was like, well, how do you have enough time to manage all these new clients you have, right? And I told her, it's because I'm leveraging automation. It takes me about 8 hours in the first week to really get someone set up, to get it dialed in. And then I'm just 100%. Monitoring the ads. I'm seeing what ads are working. I'm turning the ones that don't work off, duplicating the ones that do work multiple times. And then I'm just checking the phone all day long. And I'm just getting people going through the sequences and I just watch it. It's just like, to me, I should maybe change that sound to like a money chime, because every time that happens, I know that my client's happy. They're going to stay with me longer. And I'm able to sell forward with confidence that are like, no, I can deliver you guys low cost leads into your funnel. And then it's just about creating all of the follow-up processes around it. So I'm rocking and rolling. I mean, I actually have 8 appointments tomorrow. I usually set them up for 20 minutes to basically I have I'm selling them some Instagram growth services, some manual growth services that I outsource. That's the lead in because it's very inexpensive, low ticket. And then I find out that kind of, so what's your ad budget? Are you spending money? And I find out where they are. And if they're there, I pitch them on something. And I call this the skin in the game agency model. This is where, you tell them, listen, a lot of agencies will just charge you a big retainer, and then whether or not you get results, it's your loss, right? I want skin in the game. So I want to have a bigger back end potential than the front end potential. So that way, that I'm committed to trying to figure out everything I can to make sure that your campaigns are successful. And I've got a CBD company out in Massachusetts that I'm sending a proposal to tomorrow. They're doing about $40K a month in sales in and around the country because they can ship nationally. But obviously a company like that can't run advertising directly to their stuff. So I pitched them on a bridge idea where we can use a back pain page or a sleep trouble sleeping type page, run ads to that, put them in the Messenger. Then from there, we can show them whatever we want to show them.
You can run them right in the Messenger, by the way. You can run them.
No, that's what I mean. That's what I mean. I run them right to Messenger.
Yeah, run them right in the Messenger. And then you don't have to worry about building any websites. Just here's 5 tips, and then tip 1, tip 2.
Oh, absolutely. Yeah. When I say run to a page, I mean Messenger. That's what I mean, because it has to be attached to a page. That's why I probably, but
sure.
Yeah. I only run ads to Messenger now. Why would you do anything else?
Especially, because you can run CBD, but it's like your ad could say nothing about that. Your ad could be like, let's say one of the benefits of CBD is relief of pain. Your ad could say, these 5 tips could be the cure to your pain. And then when they go in, tip 5 is CBD is the best. And where you could even leak, number 3 is like, something about you can take supplements and we've got a great supplement in number 5 that'll really be the key to all your relief. So you're teasing number 5, they get to number 5 and it's like, hey, this is the best pain relief CBD. If you've not tried it, they've got a lotion, an ointment, a this, a that, click here. And now you're promoting it. And Facebook won't have any issues with it because they can't check every single one of your bots. And here's why. I want to make sure that everybody understands this. Your bot only exists in Chatmatic, in our database. What happens is, and it's a lot of code, what happens is every single item that you make as a new message, it's called a post back. So Facebook says, hey, somebody clicked user quick reply 1,259 million, whatever. That then goes into our platform and says, hey, what's the response for user clicking this number? Then we respond. So that variable is dynamic. It could be dynamic. It could be changed every single day. So it's never a hard asset like a website is, which website can be changed. When you look at a website, it's static in that moment. So bots are never static. And they're also filled sometimes with thousands of messages, right? So Facebook, their ads platform, they never go through every single ad that you create into the bot through every single leg. So not that I'm telling anybody to promote something that isn't legal to Facebook's terms, but there is that workaround for like, oh, I want to promote an affiliate offer, but I can't send traffic right to an affiliate link. Well, you can send them into Messenger first, then to an affiliate link. That's a huge difference.
So that's one of the ways I'm able to get these low cost leads is I have this irresistible offer that it's a $25 CPA gift card offer, Visa gift card offer. And that has just been driving the cost way down. Of course, people, as soon as they get in there, they're like, how do I get the offer? And then what the one issue I'm having is for some reason, sometimes the bot doesn't fire off right away. And so whatever menu is there that Facebook, I guess, has as like a basic menu pops up first rather than getting started. So when I tested it,
like what you've got going on is in your Facebook page settings.
I got to turn that off.
You've got to turn all of your go to Messenger platform and turn all of those responses off, and then that'll never show up.
Never show up. That's what I figured. It was something simple. So what's happening is they're getting in and like, hey, how do I get that offer you were saying? And then the auto message does pop up after they first respond, and it tells them type this, and you'll see everything you need to see. And
so that problem's all done. And you can also use JSON. JSON will always overwrite any of the. If you use the JSON, it won't even pop up any of your disposed messages or whatever. So JSON's a good alternative for that.
But it's powerful. And Travis, I really want to thank you, man, because like I said, it's your persona and character. That some of the things that I've heard you say that helped me get out of my own way and get out of like that fear zone of like, well, what if this doesn't work? It was something you said a couple times that were like, it just snapped me out of, and I was like, that was it. And it got me into action, and it got me taking massive action. And now, I mean, believe it or not, I mean, since the last time you saw me, which was I think February when I was live at the event, I've lost another, I've released into the wild 32 more pounds.
I can tell.
So,
I was just
right?
going to say.
So I'm fitter than ever. My mind is strong, and I intermittent fast every day because I want to be able to work and have no like sluggish reactions at all. So I haven't even eaten dinner yet. Like what is it? It's 7:20 over here, and I'm still fired up. I got my water. I got some electrolyte drinks. I'm just fired up because I'm like, I got these proposals to get out. You know, I've got
it's cool when you get the momentum in your business. It definitely does start to take you over, especially if you let that happen to yourself. Of like, I think it's a great testament to everybody who's here. Like, Dob, got a client. It's motivating to work for that client and to get them results. And then Connor, clients, and then potential with where you want to go with your business. It's motivating when you have that end goal. And then Jessica, obviously, when Facebook ads is fun a lot of times, especially when you're getting into it and starting to put campaigns together. So there is something very motivating about having a clear set mindset. But right before you got on, right before we did the start to this open wheel conversation here was, I was talking about how everybody, if they understand what we're really doing, everybody is sitting on the cure to business cancer. And the reason I talk about that philosophy is because I can't imagine a world where I know I have the cure to real life cancer and I'm not standing on the balcony screaming it to everybody going, oh my God, I can literally save your life. Some people who have cancer are going to say, no, I don't believe in that. In which case I've got to say, you know what? That's my thing. I'm going to have to deal with that.
Yep.
But there's some people who are going to listen and be like, I want my business to survive. I would really like to not have this problem of where do I get leads, especially in COVID times. Like we're hopefully now, I'll cross my fingers, in about to start a post-COVID era sometime soon. But
not yet, Travis.
It's going to be a while. I mean, it's going to be a little while. And so during this time, how many local businesses have you guys been to that have QR codes now? Almost all of them, contactless menus. Yeah, he's got one right there on his thing. They're all doing this, guys. I stayed at a hotel 2 weeks ago here on Hawaii. We did like a little mini getaway for my birthday, and we stayed at a hotel. As I'm waiting in line, they had these little like things to tell you how far to stand away from the person in front of you, the 6 feet of golden social distance. And on it was a scan code that would break down the menu or tell you, here's where you're at. It's this long to get in it, blah, blah. And I'm like, they could have made me a subscriber and once a month offered me another stay back at the hotel. That is easy money. But every single scan went right over to their website. There's no remarketing, no retargeting, no nothing. Yep. It's lost money. It's missed money. And so again, we have a cure to an incurable, in most cases, disease, which is they don't have time to learn the stuff that you guys are all hearing right now. They don't. They don't have time to implement it. They don't want that. So what do? They pay people like Jessica, Dob, Connor, Jamar, myself. Trent even has gotten customers and clients before, and he's doing it all under my umbrella. But it's like you don't even realize the opportunity you're standing on. It could be 20 breweries down the street from your house, and you're like, oh, I like going to the breweries. And then you use our customer first approach that Trent mentioned earlier. And I'm telling you, there's such a great opportunity right now to mix this. Oh, I'm not just going to make you a scan code and a landing page and hope it's all good because that's what everybody else sells. I'm going to give you a conversational selling machine. Actually, that's what the bottom of this shirt actually says, automating conversations that sell. I was trying to figure out a tagline when I was making these shirts, and I'm like, that's it. That's what we do. We automate conversations that sell things, and then we also make subscribers and all that kind of good stuff. But it's all across the board. Now everybody has 12 and a half hours now of information that they can go soak up. But I'll leave all of you guys with this. If you can answer this one question for me, and we'll start with Jamar and go Jessica, Connor, Dob. if I said that the two most important things in the start to their business journey or the growth of their business journey, if the two most important things were consistency and action, would I be correct in assuming that those are two, if not the two most important, up there with the most important things that have helped you in your business, regardless of whether it came from me or not? Do you feel like those two things are the things that are separating you from the old you, which didn't have those things?
1,000%. And because the consistency, it creates a compounding effect of results down the line. It quadruples your confidence. It allows you to learn all the nuances of rebuttals and things that people are going to say. It's the only way you can get there is just being consistent and taking just massive, not just action, but massive action. Like, it's like, what else do you have to lose? Like there are literally, millions of people out of work right now. And like you say, we have a solution that can help people that we know works, that we've seen in many different cases. And Dove, I want to give you a quick shout out too, because that interview that you guys did a random kind of interview, that lit so much fire underneath my feet, because I was like, man, this guy's taking action. Like, why not me? Take action and be consistent. I mean, that's how I lost 50 pounds. Just taking action. And the action I took was just walking. Like, I didn't run a marathon. I just walked 3 miles a day, then 5 miles a day, then 8 miles a day. And the same thing is understanding the way these bots work. Just learn a little bit every day and implement. And the more you do that, then you realize, you look back and it's like an iceberg, where from the outside, it is just like a chatbot, the conversational chatbot, but we're helping people ignite sales, build their lists. And I don't care what business you're in, I tell people what business you're in is the list building business. And then you can sell them anything.
Yeah.
Right?
100%. And I heard a post today from somebody that was talking about how right now it's political season, and a lot of people's Facebook ads are getting way more expensive because and they're converting lower because political season has everybody fired up and they're not paying as much attention to ads. And I commented on it and I said, that's why the number one priority isn't getting sales with your ads. It's building your list, because then there's always a season where ads cost more. They convert lower. This breaks. You lose an ad account. The website doesn't convert anymore. The ad gets ad fatigue. But there's never a season where your list doesn't convert. There's just never a season unless your offer sucks. So build a list. You're in the list building business. But again, starting your business, Jessica, what would you say? Do you agree that those are two of the main things? Or do you think there's another one that's more important?
No, I think that those, okay, sorry, back up. Yes, I agree. Yes, definitely. But I also think that, just to tie into what you mentioned about the cost of inaction, like, that's been a major game changer for me. Is if I don't send out these emails, I have to kind of flip it in reverse. For me, how much potential opportunity am I leaving on the table that I can't take advantage of? So like, I kind of like to present that to my clients too. But definitely, even if it's consistency where you're just taking the next logical step, sometimes we think that we have to do everything. Like, oh, I have to contact 100 people at once, or, oh, I should have this much going on right now. Sometimes you just need to spend like 5 to 15 minutes just doing one thing. So, and like with ads. So just learn how to run ads, even if you're all over the place and you have a local client here and an e-com client there, and everyone's telling you to niche down. Cool. Just learn how to run ads and learn how
you learn how to run ads, by the way. In my experience, that's how you learn how to run ads. I like, even ask Trent. He watched over my shoulder and then implemented some ad strategies for like a local business client, then e-commerce client, then digital stuff, and then sponsored messages. That is how you will learn all of the nuance of Facebook. Because like e-commerce, you might not use every ad type. Digital business, you might not use every ad type. And one of the things, like I'll tell you about Facebook ads too, is like one of my most successful ads ever in the e-commerce space and digital space is what you call a reach ad, which is one of the least successful ads on Facebook. But it's because I did a reach ad to my buyers, not a reach ad to everybody in the cold audience. So what people don't think about a lot of times is, the different types of ads, when you can use them, how you would use them. I started using that for an e-commerce company. because I was like, well, you've got all these buyers. I want to reach all of them. And it just clicked. I'm like, I don't need a conversion ad because they've already converted. Now I just want to reach ad. So that then translated me into me saying, well, what if I tried this in the digital space? Oh, wow. Of course, the concept still really works, and it worked great. So you won't learn those weird, and I just wanted to give you guys an anecdotal little version of it. You won't learn that unless you play around with e-commerce or play around with, running an agency, like even running ads to your agency, getting people into Messenger from a Messenger ad to become clients for you. Even that's different than what you'll do for e-commerce. I totally think 100% play around with different niches and then let everybody's best advice of niching down and pick one and go with it. Then let that play in. But figure out what your niche is going to be first.
Exactly. Yep. Just be consistent in trying to hold a skill, because then that leads into the action. Now you got to learn your copy. Now you got to learn how to do tracking. Now you got to learn how to create a funnel. So it all kind of bundles into one thing. That's why learning how to build bots is so dynamic. So you definitely have to, like Jamar kind of dialed in your mindset, because you're probably thinking there's no clients out there. You got to switch to there's a sea of clients, like, and Travis harped on that. And that's where one of his live trainings kind of took me to the next level. Was he was just like, look at all these e-com stores. I can't do them on my own. And that's when he was like, a light bulb went off for me. Like, you're right. So you literally just have to just keep going for it. And the confidence comes with the action. The confidence doesn't come with trying to learn it all at once. From experience, I can tell you that for sure.
Agreed. And I actually caught myself doing a version of that yesterday. We obviously have these live trainings, and I had a bunch of other stuff going on, and we're trying to remodel a condo. And I was like getting like mentally stressed out about like always being in a rush lately. And I'm like, I'm always in a rush because I'm always trying to do a bunch of other things. And it doesn't feel good to be on my mission in life, which was selling everything, move to Hawaii, relax, surfboard, whatever. And I'm like, now I'm on a rush. I'm in a rush to do everything because I'm trying to get this condo done ASAP, and I'm trying to get my trainings done. And then I had another training at 10 a.m. and then I've got 2 kids, and one of them didn't have a babysitter there on time. And like, life is going to drag you into these different directions of like, I started catching myself being like, why are you so frustrated? Things are fine. Like you're trying to get everything done at 8 a.m. But sometimes I can't get it done until 5. Exactly. So I just had to say, look, I'm going to get it done. It might not be right on time. I might be 10 minutes late to that one call, but like, I'm gonna be all right. And it's the same concept in the beginning of your business is like, I don't have to get everything done today. It's okay if I half build my bot today and then I build the other half tomorrow or next week when I get some time. I'm learning and moving. So I think that's a great one. Is I do think action and consistency are this dual force for entrepreneurs, where it's like, that is what an entrepreneur is. It's somebody who's constantly taking action, even in the face of these trying times, or even in the face of just constant failure. But it's that consistency. So you're constantly doing something, even though I know I'm going to fail. I know I'm going to fail 800 times to get a lead for this guy or whatever. It's running through that ends up taking you to the next level. So I think that's great advice, Jessica. Connor, how do you feel? Yes or no? Action, consistency. Am I missing one?
Yeah, no, so I agree. Those are the exact 2 most important things. The thing that I personally struggled with and still am working through is achieving those 2 things. And I think the biggest key to get there is I think we've alluded to it in everybody's answers, but having that set point for your end goal and reviewing it, but also noting some steps along the way that you're going to get there. So you have these little rocks to cross that river to the other side that you're trying to get to. And by reviewing that all the time, you can then start to take those small actions. You'll be more okay with failing. You'll be more okay with not getting that full bot done, or trying to do just little pieces, and starting with that small little milestone that gets you on the path. And as long as you're still looking at that longer term outlook, you can really actually end up getting to that end destination, be it the surfboarding life in Hawaii or whatever that end goal is. But so I think that'd be a key to adding on. And then in kind of a contrarian way to having to learn everything, I get kind of overwhelmed by trying to learn everything because I want to learn it to a T and have it down really, really well. So I've had to get comfortable with not knowing certain things. So I've actually outsourced and or allow my clients to do things like Facebook ads. And it's okay to allow other experts and to leverage other people to help you along your journey. And you don't have to know everything to get started. And that's usually the biggest thing to get out of the way.
Great
And then
advice.
those things just play into those.
I want to mention that all the people who are on this call, everybody agrees leveraging and outsourcing are big. And Dov's a great example because he leveraged and outsourced with Jessica. And everybody here is in our Chatmatic group. That group is meant for that very purpose of working together. Hey, I don't know how to do with Facebook ads. Does anybody here know how to help me? Hey, I have this kind of client. Does anybody have any advice? You're most likely going to get advice. You might even be able to find somebody you can outsource work to. You might even be able to find somebody who has work they can outsource to you. Go in and invest a mental and emotional capacity to get involved in a group, be a part of something of other people that are doing what you're doing. That's one of the biggest things that you can do to shift your momentum is, Jamar mentioned kind of that buy-in moment that like, I'm going to get in, I'm going to do this. A lot of people are hesitant to give themselves those moments, and they're so freeing. And I think you won't understand it until you do. But even for something like our unlimited lifetime deal that we got going on now, some people are like, well, I just don't know if this is going to be right for me. And if it doesn't seem like off the top of your head, if you don't get fired up thinking about what it would be like to help 5, 8, 10 clients, if you don't feel fired up thinking, I can't wait to have, 2,000 messenger leads for my business. If the idea of having a good deal on the tool that allows you to do it doesn't fire you up, don't do it. If it fires you up,
I'm fired up. I don't even know what the price is. What's the price? I'm unlimited lifetime. Sell me, Travis.
It's just $4.99 a year.
I'm already on that one. I'm on that one already.
$4.99 a year.
That's not horrible.
$4.99 a year is
sick. It's
crazy low, because if you think about one license is $97 a month.
Yep.
So in 5 months, this membership pays for itself for one page. If you have 2 clients, it now has saved you double.
I got a question, Trav. Can we run an affiliate offer to that? Can we let everyone in our network know that this offer is available right now?
So yes, you can. What you're doing is you would just tell them, and this is actually the best way to do it, is there's an affiliate link for the broadcast that we're on right now. There's a website where this lives. Yeah. You can send people through your affiliate link to this website. All 3 replays are going to be on the website. So they can go through this. This particular offer isn't going to be live forever. We're closing it down Sunday. So what I would do is tell people about it ASAP, let them watch all 12 hours of the training, or probably next month, we might reopen it for like a weekend and do stuff like that every now and then, kind of reopen these trainings to let people kind of see it again. But publicly, we're not going to be opening this offer forever because it makes 0 sense for us. Jamar has 8 clients. If he gets each one of those 8 clients 250 subscribers, he should owe Chatmatic $800 a month. He won't. He'll pay $4.99 a year. So it's a stupid deal. Chatmatic, if we want to make money, we get initial investors into that yearly plan, and then we raise the price afterwards. That's our goal, just so that you know that why we don't keep it around forever. But I stole the spotlight from Dov by saying that, so I'm going to give it back. Dov, did I hit it on the head with those 2 things, action and consistency, or what did I miss?
I said that earlier in today's in the broadcast. What was it? Consistency
and action.
Action, yes. Yeah, and don't be afraid to fail. When you fail, you actually learn. That's the best time you can learn is when you fail. And yeah, network with people. I found Jessica in this group, and we've just been crushing it. It's just crushing it with brainstorming ideas, crushing it with our client. It's been an awesome, amazing experience, and Jessica has just taught me so much, man. I mean, it's crazy, but and it's just been a growth, So yeah, consistency.
I love it.
Just get out there, guys. Don't be afraid. And if you are afraid, I always say this: if you're feeling scared, it means you're doing the right thing.
I learned that tonight too. Shout out to
You
Lawrence.
know, I think that's something that Lin-Manuel Miranda would say too. So I completely agree with that sentiment. It sounds like it's the name of his next one of his next hit songs.
Yeah.
I completely agree though. I do think that if you I say this actually, it's funny. It's what I say at the end of some of my webinars. I tell people at this point, I've made an offer, I'm selling something, and yes, it $9.97 can seem expensive, or $14.97 can seem expensive, but I want you to think about this: if it didn't give you butterflies in your stomach, would you even want to do it? Like that.
Yeah.
That's what I want everybody to understand is like, would you even want to do something that's supposed to? I mean, potentially, we're talking about changing your life, and it changed all of you guys' life.
Yeah.
Would you want to do something that's supposed to change your life if it didn't give you butterflies?
Yeah.
Travis, you give me butterflies.
As an entrepreneur, it's important to get out of your comfort zone. You do not want to be in your comfort. Get out of your box, you guys, and just
100%.
Get out there. Otherwise, nothing's going to change in your life.
And that's where everybody makes momentum. And Trent, are we missing any things? So Trent actually gets to see the brunt of a lot of the issues that come into Chatmatic. He also gets to talk to all of you guys consistently, more than I do. Trent, what do you feel like helps people get over the hump? Did I miss one? Action and consistency. What's a piece of advice that you would give everybody to leave with?
Yeah, take these trainings in small doses, because I know that coming up on almost 13 hours of training, if you watch all of that through and through and then try to implement, you're going to be overwhelmed with info. So watch a little piece, go implement that thing. Watch the walkthrough on day one, go into Chatmatic, walk through it, press around, try to break it. If you're not going to, but you can try. And then if you feel like it's broken, then you can mess me and I'll help you out with it. But yeah, take this training, go and implement. Got to take the action. And if you can do it, Jessica even said like 5-10 minutes some days. You're not going to have maybe an hour or 2 hours every day. But you always have a little bit of time to implement and take action. So
people coming through the messenger right now. It's incredible. It's just all day long.
Here's what I want to do.
Dopamine rush.
I massively appreciate all of you guys taking time to be here. I don't want to take you guys away from your family and for Jamar dinner any longer than I have to. So let's do this.
I don't need to eat.
Is there a way? Is there a better place for any people who are here to reach out to you if they're looking for advice to work with you? Want to see some campaigns that you've made? Should they post in the group and then maybe see if you're there, or can you want to put your email? I can if you want to type your email, I can list that, or is it just go in the group and that's the best place for you? It's up to you guys.
Group email IG at Jamar J. My name JAMARRJ. I'm really active on Instagram. Like I'm in the DMs all day long, talking with people, sending voice notes to people is one of the main ways I actually prospect. That is really powerful. And a lot of e-commerce businesses, they're not really manning their pages that much, but when they get a voice note, you got their attention. And then they typically say, oh, could you send me some more information? And then what I typically do from there is just send them a link to my website and a link to my calendar if they'd like to book some time. So that's how I do it. But DMs, Jamar J. And then, of course, on Facebook, I've already had a few people from tonight's broadcast hit me up and, thank me for the words and stuff. I appreciate all of you guys. The last thing I want to leave you guys with is just stay close to the fire. Like a lot of times you get out there on an island and you feel alone. And it's plugging into this amazing community, seeing the interview with Dove, hearing Jessica, and like I already want to work with her because I can hear where her mindset is and that analytical mindset. My master's in system engineering analysis, so I already know that we're going to click and vibe. But if you stay close to that campfire, you're going to stay warm and you won't freeze to death out there all alone, like Leonardo DiCaprio in that great movie he won the Oscar for finally. So that's all I have to say. Stay close to the fire, stay close to the camp. All the information, the game is to be sold, not to be told. Take action.
I like it.
Awesome.
Good deal. Well, Jessica, any way that people should look to reach out to you is just in the group or?
Yeah, always a group. You guys know I always pop my head in sometimes. That's how I linked up with Connor and Dove. So hit me up on DM. I do have my own little community coming where I'm about to just drop everything I know about ads coming up soon. So I'll keep you guys posted on that. But yeah, just hit me up on DM right now because my website's under construction. So that's that.
I'm a little shocked that nobody's been like, go to m.me/Jamar.
Well, no, it's actually mine is m.me/jam the go giver. m.me
/jam
the go giver.
You got
You're right. It's a rookie mistake. It's a rookie mistake. My bot's there, but it's
mine is ready for action. Mine got some stuff in there but I typically
need the scan code. That's what we got.
Just for that, now tonight I'm gonna go in and optimize it. So
there we go. See, that's what I need. Connor, how about you? How should we reach you? In the group is best.
Yeah, the group.
Yeah, like you said earlier, I've been super active in the group.
You are
lately. So you can always find me in there. And I do have a page with an m.me link, but it wasn't for this specific presentation. It was for a training last week that wouldn't make sense since it gives you a slide deck that you never saw. So
it's all good.
We'll skip that for now.
In the future,
but
yeah, definitely onto a live broadcast and you don't have a way to get people on the messenger, I'm just going to call you out. I just want everybody to know.
You got to. Here, I'll just make one before we're over and I'll give it to everybody. How about that?
Yeah,
I'll have one in a sec.
Dov, how about you? In the group? Yeah.
In group's fine or messenger. I've got the desktop messenger plugin, and I'm on messenger.
Yes.
I'm on Messenger pretty much all day, every day.
Every day.
Almost like,
love it.
15, 16 hours a day, 3 a.m.
Yes. I wake up like, ooh, I got some action in here.
So I've gotten actually
somebody asked
me. So I just want to thank you guys for messaging me. I haven't even checked my messages yet, but I will. I respond to every message. So if you guys have any questions or just want to talk, I'm here. I am here. We're a community, and we're all here to support each other, and that's one of the beautiful things about the Chatmatic community is the support that's given out.
Look, guys, we're doing something so different, off the wall and crazy that it takes a little bit of a different thinker to even join our crew. So just know that when you do join and you come in, you're definitely part of something a little bit different. Not very many people join our group and then ignore. So it's a really cool thing because we know we're doing something different. We know we're doing something that's on fire, and I think it's definitely something that I'm happy to be in some way guiding a ship in a direction that I like to see. Now it looks like there is a lot of this other people pushing and creating the momentum. I just had to drag it to get it going. And now the group has some amazing momentum. And we're going to be doing some really cool stuff in that Facebook group as well. But as far as like more training, we'll be doing more moderation of certain posts. Because right now you guys don't even see this, but there's like 50 posts that are pending in the group because we don't have time to go through and analyze every single one of the posts, but we don't want to approve everybody's posts because some stuff just doesn't make sense. So we keep that group extra clean, which is why the engagement is where it is. You never see stuff that's like, if I approve it, I usually respond to it. Or if it's like negative about me, I respond to it and I say to people, hey, this is the wrong mindset. If it's positive, I'll definitely post that one. But you guys, it's a great group. I look forward to having all of you guys there. I will let you guys go. Jamar, Jessica, Connor, Dov, everybody say thank you. It was awesome having you guys. I didn't really know even what direction we were going to take with this, but I'm just glad that you guys gave us the time and hung out with us. And Jessica, are you in California, by the way?
No, I'm on the East Coast, so it's like but I'm up late. Don't feel bad.
And I gotta ask, Jessica,
it's going crazy right now.
Red wine are you drinking?
I know. What's that red wine look like?
It's just I'm just cute with the glass. I'm
Okay.
drinking Coke right now.
Coke.
Oh,
Okay.
it's
Coke
out
out
of
the
the wine
glass.
glass.
Okay.
Yeah.
That's
all
my
right.
kind of girl right there. That's my kind of
Yeah,
girl right there. Coke out the glass. I would
Fancy.
have
Yeah.
Super fancy. I was hoping for a better answer, but I'll take that.
Well, no, yeah, you have to take that. I was trying to be professional, but after
No, it's all
yeah,
good.
it's a totally different story.
Perfect. Well, I hope you guys enjoy your night. Thanks so much for being here. I will let you guys know. And everybody absolutely loved it. Everybody even said this was my best training ever, which I don't know how to feel about that, but I will definitely, I will give them that. I will give them that one for this time. So I appreciate you guys being here. Thanks so much. We'll see you guys soon.
See you guys.
Hey, love you guys.
So that was awesome. I had a lot of fun. I hope you guys did too. What'd you think about that, Trent?
That was great.
Unexpected.
Yeah. I mean,
we ran a little over time.
Little over time, but that's all right. That was fun.
So look, guys, for all of you guys that are here right now, all I have is one last day. First, I want to say thank you guys so much for attending these trainings, watching. I hope you learned. I hope you will take action more than anything else. I fully believe in the idea that there is a knowledge tank and then an action tank that give way to success. And you cannot fill that knowledge tank all the way up before letting some of it out into the action tank. So make sure you guys use this information, go apply it, and then come back and learn more. And I will urge you all of this one last thing here before we leave. And that is this deal on our unlimited, members.chatmatic.com/live. It's expiring this weekend for our public release of it. Yeah, we might release it again in the future, but it's a different Chatmatic at that point, potentially a different deal. We're doing this for the release of our Chatmatic 2.0 platform. We'd love to have all of you guys in it. You guys have seen the community that you join when you join our unlimited membership. So I'm telling you right now, if you like the idea, or if it even remotely fires you up of working with one client, working with two clients, working with 5 clients, this is the best deal on a messenger platform you will find of any other platform out there. We're the only one that offers an agency deal. I genuinely will tell you, we don't like offering this plan for a really long time. So make sure you guys take advantage of it. Otherwise, again, man, thanks so much. Trent, any parting words?
Thank you. No, other than thank you. Thank you guys so much. Still 100 CS at 5 hours in. This has been awesome. This has been a lot of fun. So hope
somebody asked, where can I buy a t-shirt? There's actually a link inside the members area. So when you join the members area, on the right-hand side or left-hand side, there's a banner of a t-shirt. Click it. You can go buy a t-shirt. You can even buy a hoodie. You can even buy a tank top. I'm about to add some towels in there, just the Hawaii vibe. So you can get all of that cool stuff. And yes. So somebody said, I heard there was some HDs with pro goodies. Yes, we're going to be reaching out to 2 people, and we're going to be sending this to your house. It's going to be a hard drive filled with literally everything that we have to offer. All of our PDFs, all of our templates, literally everything. And the only way you're eligible for this is if you have upgraded to the $4.99. So make sure you guys get it. On Monday, we're choosing people to grab this. You absolutely need one. See Connor's still in the backside of our stream, and I see that he has this Chatmatic hat on,
Nice.
which is awesome. Yes, you guys can absolutely get hand on some of that swag. But that somebody said, how can I get it? The Chatmatic journals, all of that stuff. We're going to be doing a lot more in our group. Make sure you guys pay attention. A lot more coming up because I've got to get the rest of this stuff that we have. We've got our covert influencer method PDF. We've got notebooks. We didn't even have the time to give away as much of it as I wanted to. Guys, check this out. This is actually pretty funny. I'm going to bring them back into the stream. Both of our previous guests who are still here have their Chatmatic hats. So I absolutely love it. I didn't bring mine in, but I can always put this one right here just to show that I do have one at all times. You can't tell me not one of your favorite hats. It's absolutely incredible. A great hat. So
Chatmatic Army, baby. Let's get it.
Exactly. I love it. So you guys, look, you know what to do now. It's time to make your decision. You've got until the weekend, obviously, to make that final decision. I appreciate you guys being here. and look forward to obviously helping you guys create some amazing momentum for your business. We are going to have to create a page really soon that has the hats, the PDFs, do our own little store. Maybe we'll even do a bot that sells all this stuff. How about that, Trent? We'll make a bot.
Love it.
I'm going to put you in charge of it. So now,
I'll make
how
it.
about that? That's what we call outsourcing. I'm going to put him in charge of making the bot that sells hats, our covert influencer method PDFs, our notebooks, our SSD drives, our covert, our Pro Academy replays, our Chatmatic backpacks, you name it. He's going to be in charge of it. So don't you worry. We are absolutely going to be taking care of all of you guys. I am super excited, and thank you guys for all being here. I can't wait to help you guys build some amazing stuff. Other than that, keep an eye out for our template club. I may or may not have something pretty amazing coming for Black Friday, so just keep an eye on that. And if you guys have any other questions, hit us up in the group. If you're looking for anything, that's where you want to go. And go make a bot for that marketplace. Crystal, I fully expect you to do it. Calderon said, Trent, my dude, hit me up. So sorry, he's got plans this weekend. He's in Hawaii. But awesome, guys. Thank you guys so much for being here.
Thank you, guys.
And I want to see you on the next one. I don't know that we're ever doing this again because this was
it was a lot of fun though.
Exhausting. Awesome, guys. Well, I will talk all of you guys soon.